Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are authentic, documented experiences, real encounters, carefully curated and adapted with a light touch to preserve what happened and deepen the hush around it. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell to catch new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Quiet, literary horror shaped from true accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. It was cold enough that my breath hung in the air when I parked outside his apartment. The building was quiet, just a low hum from the heater vents running along the walls, and a faint flicker from a porch light that needed replacing. I remember checking my reflection in the car window, straightening my jacket, convincing myself it was fine. I'd told myself it wasn't reckless, just spontaneous. After all, Mike seemed so normal online. Funny, open, confident in a way that made me forget how long it had been since I'd met anyone new. The street was still, the kind of winter stillness that made every sound carry. My shoes clicked too loud on the pavement as I walked to his door. I'd imagined this moment differently. Something like the easy laughter from our messages, the light teasing about music and bad takeout. Instead, my stomach felt tight, like it already knew something I didn't want to admit. He opened the door before I could knock twice. For a second, I didn't recognize him. His pictures had been warm, smiling, easygoing, but the man standing there looked older, tired around the eyes. He greeted me by name, his voice flat and lower than I expected. He was polite enough, but there was no spark. His face didn't move much when he spoke. I told myself it was nerves, that maybe he was just different in person. Inside, the apartment smelled faintly of old coffee and the sharp tang of cleaning spray. The lights were dim, too dim, and the only sound came from a TV in another room, showing some game on low volume. He apologized for the mess, though everything looked oddly bare instead of cluttered like he'd cleaned too much before I arrived. We'd planned to make dinner together. He'd sent me a grocery list earlier that week. Pasta, salad, something simple. But when I walked into the kitchen, there wasn't much out except for a pot of water that had already gone cold and a half-open bag of noodles on the counter. He said he'd gotten distracted waiting for me. I offered to help, trying to ignore the awkwardness settling in between us. He handed me a knife and cutting board for the vegetables, and for a few minutes we worked in silence, the knife tapping unevenly against the wood. He started talking about work, something in logistics, I think, but the way he spoke made it sound like a script he'd practiced. I nodded, tried to keep it light, asked about the photos he'd posted of hiking trips. He said those were from a while ago. Then he stared at me a second too long, like he was trying to read something in my face. The silence stretched. The TV from the other room buzzed faintly, the announcer's voice rising and falling in waves. I could hear the clock in the kitchen ticking, louder with every beat. I remember thinking how strange it felt that such a normal setting could feel so wrong. Nothing overtly threatening, just off, as if I'd stepped into someone else's life by mistake. He poured us each a glass of wine. His hand trembled slightly when he handed me mine. I took a sip and smiled because it felt like the polite thing to do. He smiled back, but it didn't reach his eyes. Then he asked if I wanted to see his balcony view. Said it overlooked the park, that it was his favorite part of the place. Out there, the night air was colder than before. The view was fine, though the park below was mostly dark, the streetlights flickering through bare branches. He stood too close beside me, not touching but close enough that I could feel his breath when he spoke. He mentioned how quiet it got here at night, how no one really came around after dark. His tone wasn't menacing, just factual, but something about it sent a chill through me deeper than the air could. I told him I was getting cold, stepping back inside. He followed, slower, still talking about nothing in particular. His neighbors, the city traffic, how people online always seem so different in person. That last line stuck with me. Back in the kitchen, the pasta water had cooled again. He didn't move to reheat it. The small talk thinned out until it was mostly silence again. I realized I'd been checking my phone screen more often, pretending to read a message that wasn't there. I thought about how easy it would be to say I had to go, that something had come up, but I hesitated because it felt rude to cut things short when nothing truly bad had happened. Then he reached for his phone and started showing me pictures, some of the hikes he'd mentioned, but most were just random shots of his apartment, the view, a close-up of a cat that wasn't around anymore. I laughed politely at one of the photos, though I couldn't stop noticing how close he'd come again, how his knee brushed mine when he leaned in. That was when I knew I needed to leave. The feeling wasn't panic, it was clarity, sudden and absolute. My body had already decided before I found the words. I told him I'd just gotten a text from a friend who needed a ride, that I should head out early. He looked disappointed, maybe confused, but didn't argue. He offered to walk me out. The hallway seemed longer on the way back. The doorframe looked smaller, the air tighter. I thanked him for dinner even though we hadn't eaten. He said maybe next time, his tone neutral, unreadable. I nodded, stepped outside, and only when the door clicked shut behind me did I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. The cold hit me hard, clean and real. I walked fast to my car, the sound of my own footsteps grounding me again. The neighborhood looked ordinary, lights on in other windows, faint music somewhere in the distance. I sat in the driver's seat for a minute before starting the engine, just staring at my reflection in the windshield. I thought about how easily I'd agreed to meet him here, how normal it had seemed when I said yes. Driving home, every shadow by the roadside looked sharper, every red light too long. I replayed the evening in my head, the way his voice had flattened, the mismatched warmth between the messages and the man. Nothing had happened, and yet everything in me screamed that it almost could have. When I finally got home, I locked the door, double-checked it, and leaned against the wall until my heartbeat slowed. The apartment felt safer than it ever had, though it also felt smaller, like I was suddenly aware of how fragile that safety really was. Later, lying in bed, the glow of my phone lit the room as I opened our chat. His messages were still there. Jokes, plans, casual promises. They read differently now, hollow somehow. I hovered over the screen for a long time before deleting the thread entirely. I didn't tell anyone the full story, just said the date didn't go well. That was true enough. But in the days that followed, I caught myself thinking about that moment on the balcony. The way he'd said it was quiet here at night. How he'd smiled without really smiling. It wasn't what he did, it was what I ignored. The small mismatches, the uneasy silences, the instinct I kept shoving down because I didn't want to seem paranoid. Next time, I promised myself I wouldn't ignore it. I wouldn't go somewhere private. I wouldn't let loneliness dress itself up as bravery. That night taught me what a thin line separates caution from trust, and how quickly it disappears when you want to believe the best in someone. I was lucky nothing happened, but luck isn't safety. I met Brandy on a dating app in late October. Her profile was all autumn sweaters and soft smiles, the kind that made you believe she'd be easy to talk to in person. After a week of light conversation, she suggested we meet at a small downtown bar that she said had great music and the best lighting for people watching. It was an odd detail, but harmless enough. I said yes. When I arrived, she wasn't alone. A man was sitting beside her, tall, quiet, with a face that didn't belong to the setting, sharp and patient. She introduced him as her friend Nick, said he was just tagging along for a bit. I laughed awkwardly, pretending it was fine, but something about the pairing immediately felt wrong. Every question they asked seemed rehearsed, too focused on where I lived, if I came alone, if anyone was meeting me later. The music was low and steady, the kind of beat that makes your pulse match its rhythm. I remember trying to make small talk about the playlist, how it sounded like an old movie soundtrack. Brandy smiled but didn't really listen. She offered to get me a drink, said she knew what was good here. I should have declined, but I didn't. The glass was sweating when she slid it toward me. I took one sip, bitter, then sweet, then nothing, just warmth that didn't belong. I remember trying to say something, but the words slid out half-formed. Brandy's face blurred at the edges. Nick's voice came from far away, a low hum that said everything and nothing at once. Then the world folded. When I woke up, it was dark and moving. The air was heavy with the smell of car upholstery and gasoline. My head felt packed with sand. My wrists were pulled tight against something, plastic ties or tape. I couldn't tell. I could hear the city outside, distant horns, tires on wet pavement. Brandy was driving. Nick was in the passenger seat. Their voices were calm, like this was normal, like I was cargo. I tried to stay still, to keep my breathing shallow. Every bump in the road jolted the fog in my skull a little clearer. I watched the blur of traffic lights pass through the window, red, then green, then red again. We stopped at an intersection. The car idled. Brandy leaned forward to adjust something on the dash. Nick turned his head to say something to her. His eyes off me for just a second. That was it. My window was half open, maybe from when they'd been dragging me in. I twisted my wrists hard, felt something tear. Skin or plastic, I couldn't tell. Pain cleared the rest of the haze. I shoved my shoulder against the door, hard enough that it cracked open, and threw myself out. The air hit like cold water. I stumbled into the street, lights blazing around me, horns blaring. A car swerved inches from my knee. I didn't think, just ran toward the opposite curb, tripping, scraping my palms on the asphalt. I heard Brandy shout, the sound swallowed by traffic. I must have looked insane. Barely upright, shaking, eyes wide. But someone stopped. A man getting off a bus, maybe in his 40s, wearing a neon work vest. He caught me by the shoulders before I fell. I tried to speak, but only managed one word, help. He got me to the sidewalk, pulled out his phone, called the police without hesitating. I could see Brandy's car at the light, paused longer than it should have been, then turning away into the dark. When the officers arrived, the man, my stranger, my anchor, stayed long enough to tell them what he'd seen. I remember sitting on the curb, still shaking, the sound of the city swallowing the edges of everything. The tape around my wrists was cut away. They asked questions, simple ones. Who were they? What did they give you? Where did you meet them? I answered what I could. Not enough. At the station later, under fluorescent lights, it felt like the world was catching up to me in pieces. They said the substance would take time to identify. They said I was lucky. I thought about that word for a long time. Lucky that the car had stopped. Lucky that someone cared enough to intervene. Lucky that I hadn't disappeared entirely. For weeks after, every sound of tires on wet pavement pulled me back. Every red light felt like a warning. I deleted the app. I stopped going out at night. Still, sometimes I catch a glimpse of a car idling too long at an intersection. And I wonder how many other people woke up the way I did, disoriented, bound, waiting for a chance to leap into chaos just to stay alive. Late afternoon light has a way of softening unfamiliar places, but that day it only made the park feel like a sketch someone had rubbed thin. I had shown up early for the date, my first real attempt at meeting someone from an app, and the sun was sinking behind a row of apartment buildings I didn't recognize. The breeze smelled like dry grass and warm pavement. I kept scanning for the woman who'd picked the spot, a little amphitheater near the edge of the park, but the benches around me stayed empty. My phone stayed silent. What struck me first was how ordinary everything looked, and how quickly that feeling changed when I realized I wasn't alone. 3 people drifted into the area, as if they were just passing through. 2 sat on opposite ends of the benches, both facing in. The third lingered near the path behind me, kicking at loose gravel. None of them matched the profile photo I'd memorized. I tried not to jump to conclusions, but the timing was too neat. I kept pretending to check my phone, waiting for a message that never arrived. When I looked up again, the one near the path had moved closer. The quiet of that moment settled in a way that made my jaw tighten. I remember standing, trying to look casual as if I were stretching before a jog. That's when the first one approached. Broad shoulders, hands shoved deep into his pockets. He said something about needing directions. It didn't match anything about the place or the way he kept angling around my side like he wanted to block my line of sight. The other two rose at the same time, slow and synchronized. Every instinct in me flared at once. The kind of reaction I'd always chalked up to paranoia. Until that second, the hit came fast. A shoulder slammed into my ribs while a hand tried to yank my phone out of my grip. Training wasn't part of my background, but quick reflexes always had been. I twisted away, planting my foot hard enough to jolt my ankle, and shoved back with everything I had. The move bought me space, just a few feet, but it snapped whatever veneer they'd been using to play it cool. One lunged again, aiming to pull me down. Sunlight flashed across his forearm, sweat glinting as he reached for me. I caught his wrist, shoved it off, and tore backward along the path. What saved me wasn't strength, it was speed. I heard them curse behind me, shoes scuffing on the pavement as they tried to catch up. Every corner of the park looked too open, too exposed, and yet every shadow felt like cover if I could just get there. I cut between two trash cans and bolted toward a cluster of families packing up after a late picnic. The noise of kids laughing and car doors slamming hit me like fresh air. The pursuit wavered. When I risked a glance over my shoulder, the three had slowed, regrouping near the amphitheater instead of following. They didn't want attention. They wanted the easy version of the plan. I didn't stop running until I cleared the park and reached a busier street. My lungs were burning, and my fingers still throbbed from the impact when I'd shoved the first attacker. I ducked behind a vending kiosk, bent over with my palms on my knees, fighting the urge to keep sprinting. The sky was orange now, shadows stretching long across the pavement. I kept replaying the moment I'd arrived, trying to pinpoint the detail I should have caught. Some sign that the entire setup had never been about meeting anyone. I called the police once my breathing slowed enough that I could talk. I gave them the location, the descriptions, the fact that the woman who'd invited me had gone silent as soon as the meeting time arrived. I told them how the three had moved in, how the assault started, how I'd escaped. The officer on the line stayed calm, asked direct questions, told me to stay where I was until patrol arrived. Hearing a measured voice helped anchor me, but the edges of the experience still felt unreal, like the kind of story you swear happened to a friend of a friend. When the cruiser pulled up, the flashing lights made the storefront glass ripple with blue and red. I stepped out to meet them, still holding my phone in a grip that made my knuckles ache. They took my statement while I leaned against the warm metal of the car, watching evening settle across the street. People walked by, oblivious, looping in and out of conversations that had nothing to do with what I'd just run from. The normalcy of it made the whole thing feel even sharper. I didn't go back to the park. I didn't open the app again for weeks. The officers told me that lures like this had become more common. Public spaces chosen for false safety. Rendezvous points picked for angles that blocked line of sight from most paths. Hearing it framed that way left a cold weight in my chest. I kept thinking about how easily it could have ended differently if I hadn't reacted in time. Later, when I finally walked home, the city lights had taken over the sky. I kept replaying the moment the three of them stood at once, and how the air around me seemed to thin. I thought about the silence of my phone, the absence of the woman who never existed beyond a screen. I remembered the way my body made decisions before my mind caught up. Even now, when I think about that evening, I can still feel the path under my feet as I ran, and the sudden relief of hearing strangers' voices carrying across the open grass, reminding me that I wasn't invisible after all. I first noticed how quiet my apartment felt that week, the kind of quiet that makes your own keyboard seem loud. I was working late again, debugging a batch processing script, when the dating app notification slid across my screen. Her name was Katie, though she joked in her profile that some friends still called her Anna because of a mix-up during nursing school orientation. The detail felt human enough to disarm me. I'd spent months telling myself to get out more, to stop letting long hours make my world smaller. So I let myself believe the coincidence of matching with someone who seemed to understand shift work, and fatigue meant something. I didn't overthink it. I should have. She messaged first, saying she appreciated that I looked genuinely kind. I remember that phrase because it hit me harder than I want to admit. Being told I looked kind wasn't something I heard often. Usually people commented on my job or the predictable banter about developers not leaving their caves. But this felt personal, warm in a way that cut through the blue light haze of my monitors. We moved from the app to texting, then to longer paragraphs where she talked about overnight rotations and the thrill of helping patients in crisis. She never shared details that broke privacy rules. Nothing like that. Just enough to paint the picture of someone competent, exhausted, and still soft around the edges. After a few days, she suggested coffee. A small place near the river. The sort of shop with wobbly tables and mismatched mugs that students love. I agreed without hesitation, proud of myself for stepping outside my routine. It was an afternoon slot, deliberately not dinner, and the forecast called for one of those gray stretches where the sky barely changes color. It felt safe enough, normal enough. The morning of the meeting, I kept checking my phone, expecting some last-minute cancellation. I didn't get one. Instead, I got a cheerful note. Looking forward to seeing you later. I might be a little tired, long night shift. That made sense. Nurses came and went on odd schedules. She even mentioned she might arrive with her hair still tied up from work. It sounded real, lived in. I went to the coffee shop early, which was my habit whenever nerves kicked in. I picked a table near the front window, watching the world smear by in muted winter colors. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I told myself this happened, lateness was normal. I checked my messages. Nothing. Another 15 minutes, and I began to feel ridiculous in the way only a grown adult can feel ridiculous waiting for someone who never arrives. I kept glancing at the door, preparing a small smile for each person who walked in, resetting it when they passed my table without slowing. Eventually the truth settled across me like a damp coat. She wasn't coming. I sent a polite text asking if everything was all right. No answer. After another half hour, I finished my cold coffee and left. That should have been the end of it. A frustrating, slightly humiliating footnote to a week spent in front of monitors. But the mood didn't shift after I stepped outside. Something in the air felt too still, as if the river wind held its breath. I pushed the feeling away. I went home, I worked, I slept. The next day came and went without a message from her. A part of me felt relieved. I didn't want to compose a gentle, self-protective reply if she resurfaced with some vague excuse. I let it go, or thought I did. 2 nights later, everything shifted. I had walked to a convenience store not far from my building because I'd run out of coffee, and without caffeine I wouldn't make it through a database migration scheduled for the morning. The streets were mostly empty. It wasn't late enough to be dangerous by city standards, but it was that uncertain pocket of time when daylight had fully drained away, and the neighborhoods hadn't yet filled with evening foot traffic. The wind picked up, sharper than the forecast had suggested. On my way back, I cut through a side street that I'd used dozens of times. It wasn't an alley, just a narrow lane between older buildings, lit by a single street lamp that tended to flicker when the temperature dropped. I was halfway through when I noticed the sound of footsteps behind me. Slow, unhurried. I didn't turn around at first. The bag crinkled in my hand as I tightened my grip. When the footsteps quickened, I told myself it was someone trying to pass, but they didn't pass. The strike landed before I even registered the movement. A blunt, stunning blow to the side of my ribs. The breath collapsed out of me. My knees buckled and I hit the pavement hard. 2 shapes closed in, both bundled in dark jackets. Their hoods low, their faces swallowed in shadow. They didn't shout, they didn't curse. They worked with a practiced silence that made my skin crawl. One grabbed my collar and dragged me upright just enough so the second could drive another hit into my shoulder. I felt something shift, not break, but strain in a way that lit my nerves on fire. I remember asking what they wanted. The words scraped out of me, thin and useless. One of them leaned in close enough that I could smell cold fabric and something chemical, like industrial cleaner. The voice was flat, almost bored, telling me this was a warning that people like me never learn. That this wasn't the first time they'd had to clean up after her games. That phrase stuck with me even through the haze. Her games, another hit buckled me. but they held me up just long enough to make sure I heard the rest. They said there had been others. They said I wasn't special. They said disappearing names and missed meetings always meant someone was already watching. Then they let me fall. My palms scraped the concrete and something warm spread across my side under my jacket. Not a wound, just the deep, nauseating pulse of a bruise blew me faster than my brain could track. Their footsteps receded without hurry. No sprinting, no sirens, just the fading rhythm of people who had done what they came to do and had no reason to worry about consequences. I lay there for a minute, maybe longer. The cold from the pavement seeped into my bones. The street lamp overhead buzzed as if trying to blink awake. When I could finally stand, the world tilted at a strange angle. My shoulder throbbed. My ribs felt caged in by invisible hands squeezing tight. I didn't go home right away. I walked the long way, avoiding the quiet stretches, every sound sharpening into something I had to interpret. Tires hissing on wet asphalt, a branch dragging across brick, my own pulse hammering in my ears. When I reached my building, the lobby lights felt too bright, exposing every tremor in my hands. I locked my door behind me and stood there for a long time, listening for anything familiar or foreign. Nothing came. I thought about calling someone, but who? Friends lived across town. My family wasn't close, not really. And what would I say that strangers attacked me because of a woman who didn't show up to a coffee date? It sounded absurd even inside my head. I handled my injuries myself, moving slowly, testing the limits of each bruise. My body responded like a machine with misaligned parts. The ache in my shoulder deepened through the night. The next morning I checked my phone again, half expecting a message that might give any shape to the chaos. But there was nothing from Katie. No unread notifications. When I opened the app, her profile had vanished entirely. No chat history, no match icon, no trace that she had ever existed in that curated digital world. I stared at the empty screen, feeling something inside me detached from its foundation. It wasn't heartbreak, it was the realization that I had stepped into something already in motion, something I didn't understand. I went to work anyway. Routine felt safer than isolation, but every time a coworker brushed past me in the hallway, I flinched. I caught myself studying every unfamiliar person in the lobby, wondering if any of them had watched me that night, if any of them recognized me while pretending not to. Software engineering had always felt predictable. Inputs, outputs, logic maps, edge cases, but none of this fit any pattern I could model. The more I tried to make sense of it, the more it unraveled, gaze blurred. The bruises shifted from deep purples to sickly greens. My shoulder regained enough strength to lift a coffee mug, but the isolation didn't lift. I kept replaying the phrases the attackers used, especially the part about others. How many people had walked into similar setups? How many had brushed off the same warm messages, the same last-minute vanishings, only to learn too late that someone had been taking notes on them long before they ever agreed to meet? Sometimes at night, I thought I heard footsteps outside my door. Not real footsteps, just the phantom echo of that lane where everything changed. I tried to shake it off. I tried to convince myself that the attack was random, that the link they mentioned was just a way to intimidate me. But then I remembered the tone of their voices, the practiced calm. They weren't improvising, they were reciting, and I couldn't forget the way she'd written to me, personal enough to feel genuine, vague enough to be universal. I had taken it all at face value. I had wanted to believe there was someone out there willing to look past the late nights, the scattered routines, the quiet life I'd built around screens and deadlines. My trust wasn't naive, but it was steady, and steady things can become weaknesses if you rely on them blindly. I stopped using the app. I stopped answering numbers I didn't recognize. I changed the routes I walked, sometimes doubling back just to be sure no one followed. The world didn't shrink. It tilted, like a camera set on a crooked tripod. Every ordinary corner had shadows that seemed a little too deep. Every crowded space held the possibility that one person among many knew exactly who I was and what had happened. A week after the attack, I returned to the coffee shop. Not for closure, just because I needed to see the space again, to remind myself that nothing supernatural had happened there, nothing mysterious. It was the same mismatched tables, the same chipped mugs, the same river wind pushing against the glass. I sat near the window again, watching people drift in and out. Nobody looked at me twice. For a moment, the normalcy hurt more than the bruises. The world kept turning without hesitation. Someone laughed behind me. Someone dropped a spoon. Someone placed a latte on the counter with a practiced tap. It made the entire scheme, whatever it truly was, feel even colder. I wasn't meant to understand it. I was meant to absorb it. I finished my drink and stepped back outside. The sky hung low, washed in that same dull gray from the day we were supposed to meet. I tucked my hands deep in my pockets and walked without any destination, letting the city reshape itself around me. Every block felt familiar yet newly uncertain, as if I had been nudged into a parallel version of my own life, where trust was a luxury I could no longer afford. I don't know who Katie really was. I don't know who Anna was. I don't know whether the name belonged to a real person or a rotating mask worn by whoever needed it that week. I don't know how many people had been drawn in the same way. What I do know is that the silence afterward, her disappearance, the attack, the emptiness that followed, became its own kind of message. It told me I had been seen. It told me I had been chosen. It told me the meeting was never meant to happen because the outcome had already been decided. And it left me walking through my own life as if I no longer belonged entirely to it, waiting for a reason, waiting for an answer, waiting for anything that might explain why strangers went to such lengths to make sure I understood my place. And now, on the rare nights when I managed to fall asleep without replaying the sound of those footsteps behind me, I wake before dawn with the same thought threading through my mind, that the failed date wasn't a coincidence, that the attack wasn't random, and that isolation wasn't an accident. It was the design from the start, the intended outcome of a connection I never should have trusted in the first place. I didn't expect the quiet hum of my phone to be the first step into a trap, but looking back, the moment I opened that dating app message, something in me shifted. I remember the glow of the screen against my face, and the way the profile picture looked too polished, too carefully lit. Still, I convinced myself it was harmless. I had been trying to push myself out into the world again, to stop letting old fears fence me in, and the conversation was easy enough. When he suggested meeting somewhere casual, I told myself it was fine. People met strangers every day. Nothing about the plan felt dangerous in the moment, yet I carried a subtle tightness high in my chest as I walked toward the street that evening. I should have listened to that quiet warning, but I kept moving anyway. The car waiting at the curb wasn't the one he described. I paused when I saw the dent along the rear door, and the driver leaning across the passenger seat, waving at me as if we knew each other. I hesitated, but he called out that the original car had engine trouble, and that he was covering for his friend. It didn't make sense, and even then, I felt the shift in the air, the thin metallic edge of something wrong. When I stepped closer, I caught the sharp scent of an air freshener mixing with something stale underneath. Before I could step back, the rear door swung open from the inside, and a hand closed around my wrist. The pull was sudden and practiced. I stumbled forward, hitting the back seat hard as the door slammed shut beside me. Everything blurred. The locks clicked, the engine growled, and the city lights outside smeared into thin streaks. I tried to lunge for the opposite door, but another hand shoved me down. The man beside me wasn't the one from the profile photo. He wasn't even trying to pretend. He muttered something about staying quiet, and the weight of his arm pinning mine told me resistance would only make things worse. I could see the driver glancing at me in the rearview mirror, his eyes flat and disinterested, as if I were just another job they needed to finish. For a moment, all I could register was the rhythm of the road beneath the tires and the faint vibration of an object rattling in the center console. My own breaths came thin and fast. I tried to memorize every turn they made, every shift in speed, but the disorientation made it impossible. The windows were tinted and the streetlights reflected off them in pale waves. I didn't know where they were taking me. I just knew the ride felt endless, like I had slipped out of the familiar world and into someone else's map. The man beside me rifled through my bag. He didn't speak to me directly. He only muttered to the driver about what he found. Cards, ID, cash. I kept thinking about how many steps it had taken to get here. A message on a screen, a decision to walk down a street, a single moment of trust. I replayed it all, while the car ate the distance in front of us. My heart hammered painfully, so loud I half believed they could hear it. I tried to steady myself by focusing on the fabric of the seat beneath my fingers and the cold press of the window against my shoulder. I asked them once where they were taking me. My voice surprised me, thin and shaking. The man next to me didn't bother answering. He just shifted his weight so that his elbow pressed harder against my arm. A silent warning. The driver kept his eyes forward. Their silence was worse than any threat. It meant they had done this before. For a stretch of time that felt suspended from reality, I watched the world move past in fragments. Storefront signs, the glow of traffic signals, the shadowed shapes of pedestrians who didn't know I was there. The city kept going as if nothing was wrong. I imagined shouting, pounding on the windows, but the childproof locks mocked the idea. My tongue felt heavy. Fear can hollow you out so quietly that you don't notice how much strength it takes just to stay still. Somewhere in the distance behind us, a siren wailed. At first I thought I imagined it, some desperate wish clawing up through my chest. But the driver stiffened slightly and I knew it was real. The siren grew closer. The man beside me cursed under his breath and tugged on the window shade as if that would hide me. I stared at the glowing red and blue reflections dancing along the interior of the car. Unsure whether to hope or freeze, the driver changed lanes abruptly, trying to lose whoever was behind us. But the siren only swelled. It felt like a heartbeat outside the car, steady and deliberate. I didn't know then that the police had been tracking this group for weeks. I had no idea that my attempted meetup fit the pattern they'd pieced together from earlier victims. People lured through fabricated profiles, isolated, then robbed and assaulted before being dumped, somewhere they'd struggle to remember. I only understood the fear inside the vehicle, the tension thickening until the air felt tight enough to tear. The driver took a sharp turn. The momentum threw me against the door, and for a split second the man beside me loosened his grip. I twisted, trying to wedge myself away from him, but he recovered quickly, grabbing my jacket and pulling me down again. He barked something at the driver in a sharp, frantic tone. The car accelerated. My stomach lurched as we surged forward. The siren matched us, unwavering. Then came the blinding flash of blue light filling the interior as a police cruiser pulled alongside us. I felt the car swerve as the driver tried to evade it. The sound outside rose to a chaotic mix of horns, shouted instructions, and the grinding screech of tires fighting for grip. I braced myself against the seat as the world slammed sideways. The car skidded and fishtailed, the momentum dragging us toward the curb. Metal screamed against concrete. I curled inward instinctively, waiting for the impact. The crash wasn't as violent as I feared, but it jolted through me like an electric shock. The man beside me slammed into the seat in front of him. The air was filled with the sharp smell of burned rubber and the dusty burst of the airbags. My ears rang, a high, piercing note that drowned out everything else for a moment. My body shook uncontrollably. I tried to move, but my limbs felt disconnected from me. Outside, voices shouted commands. Doors yanked open. A heavy thud hit the pavement as one of the men was pulled from the vehicle. The driver tried to push his door open on the far side, but was immediately forced down by someone outside. I stayed curled against the corner of the seat, too stunned to do anything except breathe. A gloved hand reached into the back and told me, in a firm, even tone, to keep still. I didn't argue. My throat wouldn't have let me speak anyway. Hands guided me out carefully, supporting my arm as I stepped onto the asphalt. The cool night air hit my face, and for the first time I felt something other than fear relief so sharp it hurt. Red and blue light washed over everything. The street had become a stage of controlled urgency. Officers moved around the scene with calm precision, checking the vehicle, restraining the men, and clearing the area. I stood there shivering, my knees threatening to give out. One of the officers kept a steadying hand on my shoulder, while another asked whether I could walk to their car. I nodded, though my body wavered beneath me with each step. Inside the police cruiser, the silence felt strangely warm. The officer in the passenger seat spoke in a quiet, measured rhythm, explaining that I was safe, that the group responsible had been under investigation for some time, that I wasn't alone in what had happened. I focused on his voice like a lifeline. My hands still trembled, but the ringing in my ears softened. I watched through the window as the criminals were led away in handcuffs, their faces blank or turned downward. The weight that had been crushing my chest since the car door first slammed beside me began to lift, millimeter by millimeter. At the station, the fluorescent lights cast a pale glow on everything, making the room feel both sterile and oddly comforting. They offered me water, then guided me through basic questions, my name, who I had expected to meet when the messages began. I answered as clearly as I could. My voice sounded distant, like it was coming from someone standing just behind me. A detective stepped in and explained that they had found evidence linking the group to a series of similar crimes. They believed I might have been the next in a long pattern of victims who had been targeted, trapped, and left with injuries both visible and unseen. Hearing that made something inside me tighten, but it also made me grateful I had been pulled out when I was hours past in a way I can barely recount. I remember the low rumble of voices in adjoining rooms, the faint tapping of a keyboard, the gradual unwinding in my muscles as the immediate danger faded into memory. They let me call a relative to pick me up. When I stepped outside the station later, the night had settled into a quieter rhythm. The street lamps buzzed faintly above me. My legs still felt unsteady, but they were my own again. In the days after, I kept returning to the same thought, how close I had come to disappearing into a routine these men had refined over time. Every detail of that night sits sharply in my mind. The hum of the car, the cold of the window, the moment the sirens rose behind us. Survival doesn't feel triumphant. It feels like stepping back from the edge of something that could have taken you away without a sound. I still have the app on my phone, untouched since that day. Sometimes I open it just to stare at the profile that led me onto that street. The account is gone now, deleted or deactivated, but the trap behind it was real, part of a chain woven through other people's lives, long before it touched mine. The officers told me that speaking about what happened might help, that it could be one way to reclaim the space fear had taken. I don't know if that's true yet, but I'm trying. I write things down. I say them out loud when the nights feel too quiet. I keep thinking about the moment I stepped out of the station, the cool air filling my lungs. My body was bruised, shaken, but intact. I remember looking at the empty street and realizing how many shadows I had walked through without seeing them for what they were. Maybe that's what resilience looks like. Not strength, not certainty, but the simple act of taking one more breath after believing you might never get another. There's a strange kind of clarity that comes from that. A steadying awareness that you can be broken open by fear and still find your way back into the world. Even now, when I hear a siren in the distance, my chest tightens before I can stop it. But I also remember that night, the way the sound grew louder, closer, purposeful. It meant someone was coming. It meant the road I was trapped on wasn't endless. It meant I would get to step out of that car alive. I hold on to that. I hold on to the way the air felt when the door finally opened, the way the ground steadied beneath my feet again, the way the lights washed over the street as if revealing what had been hidden. I survived, because someone was already watching, already looking for the people who had tried to erase me from the map of my own life. And in the quiet moments now, when I feel that old tightness creep back, I remind myself that I walked away. I remind myself that rescue can arrive at the most impossible moment, cutting through the dark like a line of light. I'm still learning how to live with what happened, how to carry it without letting it hollow me out. Some nights I lie awake replaying the ride, the turns I couldn't trace, the pressure of a stranger's arm pinning me down. But other nights I think about the officers stepping toward the crashed car, about the grip of the hand that guided me safely out, about the sound of my own voice slowly returning once I realized the danger had passed. I'm here. That's the thread I pull tight when everything else feels frayed. I'm here, and the world is still wide, still shifting, still offering mornings that unfold without fear. I don't know if I'll ever trust as easily as I did before, but I know I'm not defined by the moment that stole my breath. I'm defined by the moment I took it back, and when I walk down the street now, I feel the ground under my feet with a kind of gratitude I never understood before. I survived that night, and each day that follows is a small reclaiming, a step, a breath, a quiet promise to myself that I won't let the shadows own my story. I keep moving forward, one steady pace at a time, knowing that even in the darkest turns, there can be someone out there who is already on the way. I didn't realize how quiet the street was until I stepped out of my car and heard my own breathing echo against the rows of darkened houses. I'd told myself that meeting Jake at his place would be fine, that moving our date from the cafe to his residence was just a small change in plans, nothing more. The house itself looked ordinary enough. Clean siding, trimmed hedge, a porch light that flickered like it hadn't been replaced in years. I remember pausing with my hand on the gate, feeling the cool metal under my palm, and thinking that if anything felt off, I'd leave immediately. I repeated that promise to myself as I walked up the stone path, trying to ignore the way the porch light buzzed overhead. He opened the door before I could even knock. Jake stood there with a smile that seemed wider than I remembered, his eyes bright but unfocused, like he'd been watching from behind the curtain and couldn't wait a second longer. He stepped aside and motioned me in, and I forced myself to return the smile as I crossed the threshold. His place smelled faintly of detergent and something metallic, a scent I couldn't place at the time but later recognized as the smell of old pipes. The living room was tidy in a way that felt studied, as if every object had been adjusted just minutes before I arrived. Keys aligned perfectly on a ceramic tray, coasters stacked in a geometric pattern, a remote positioned parallel to the edge of the coffee table. He made small talk at first, more than usual actually, running through topics so quickly I struggled to keep up. Movies, work, neighbors, the weather. He paced a little, then sat, then stood again. I tried to follow the jittery rhythm of the evening, but something in me began to tighten. I sat on the far corner of his couch, setting my bag beside me like a quiet anchor. My cautious streak had kept me out of trouble before, and I felt it stirring now, picking up details my mind was trying to gloss over. At some point, he sat close, too close, his knee pressed against mine, and when I shifted slightly, he didn't shift back. His smile softened into something flatter, opaque. I told myself not to read too much into it. People got nervous on dates. People misjudged personal space. I repeated the rationalizations until they stacked up like sandbags, trying to block the rising sense that I'd made a mistake. The shift came fast, like a switch had been thrown somewhere behind his eyes. One moment he was telling me about a trip he wanted to take someday, and the next, his voice tightened around a comment about how unpredictable people could be, how unreliable. The air changed in the room, thickening in a way that made my lungs fight for space. I tried to steer the conversation back to neutral ground, but he leaned forward and said something about how people always left him. His tone was clipped, like he was reciting a fact rather than confiding a fear. I told him gently that I needed to head home soon, that I had an early morning ahead, but he didn't seem to hear me. Or maybe he did, and that was the problem. He set a hand on my wrist, not roughly, just firm, and said I didn't have to leave yet because he hadn't shown me the rest of the house. I pulled my hand back and stood, thanking him for the evening and saying I was really tired. The change that followed was unmistakable. He stepped between me and the hallway that led back to the front door. His voice dropped so low it almost didn't sound like him. He said I should sit back down. He said things were going fine until I started trying to go. He said if I would just relax, everything would smooth out. My pulse thudded in my ears. I told him I wasn't comfortable. I didn't raise my voice. I kept it calm even. But calm didn't matter. He moved closer until his chest nearly brushed mine, blocking the path with an intensity that made my stomach lurch. I tried to step around him, and that's when he grabbed my arm hard this time, fingers digging into muscle. He wasn't shouting. The quietness made it worse. I remember the angle of his shoulders, the the smell of his laundry detergent clinging to his shirt, the faint sound of a neighborhood dog barking somewhere far away. I remember the way he tightened his grip as I twisted, saying through clenched teeth that I wasn't going anywhere. Not if I refused to listen. The first jolt of panic hit me then, sharp enough to make my knees go weak. I yanked back, telling him to let go, but he jerked me toward him, knocking the side of my hip against the table. The ceramic coaster stack toppled and scattered across the floor like coins, his expression contorted into something feral and possessive, as if the fall of those coasters had triggered some deeper fear of losing control. He tried to drag me further into the room, away from the door. I braced my feet against the hardwood floor, but he was stronger than he looked. My shoulder burned where he wrenched my arm, and I stumbled forward. I could hear the strain of his breath, the slight grunt he made as he tried to overpower me, everything compressed into instinct. My cautiousness, the trait that usually kept me from taking unnecessary risks, suddenly pivoted into something sharper, self-preservation stripped down to bone and impulse. I drove my elbow back, catching him in the ribs. The surprised breath he expelled gave me a fraction of space. I twisted again, harder, wrenching myself out of his grip. His nails scraped along my forearm as he tried to hold on, but my skin slipped free. I didn't look at his face. I didn't need to. I could feel the sudden fury radiating from him as he lunged again. I threw my weight sideways, knocking over a lamp in the process. It crashed to the floor and the bulb burst, sending a brief flash across the dim room. The sound startled him long enough for me to sprint down the hallway toward the front door. I felt him chasing me, heard the heavy thuds of his footsteps closing in. My fingers fumbled with the lock. It wasn't the simple turnstile I expected. It was a deadbolt with a tiny latch that had to be aligned just right. My breath hitched as I forced it to rotate. His hand brushed my shoulder, then clamped down. I ducked, letting his momentum carry him just enough off balance for me to throw my weight into the door. When the bolt finally gave, the door flew open so quickly I nearly toppled onto the porch. I didn't stop. I ran down the steps and across the lawn, the cold night air slapping my face. Behind me, Jake shouted something, words blurred by rage, but I didn't turn back. The street felt impossibly long. The houses too still. Every window dark as if the world had folded inward and left me sprinting through the hollow. I aimed myself toward the nearest porch light that wasn't flickering, the one across the street at the neighbor's house. My legs felt disconnected from my body, moving on instinct while the rest of me tried to process the shock. My lungs burned as I reached their driveway, and I pounded on their front door, barely able to keep my voice steady. The neighbors opened the door cautiously, the chain still fastened. But once they saw the panic in my eyes, the scrape across my arm, the tremor in my hands. They unlatched it and pulled me inside. The warmth of their foyer almost made my knees buckle. They asked what happened in quick, urgent fragments, but I could only give them the simplest version. I needed help. I needed them to call the police. Someone tried to keep me from leaving his house. He was angry. I wasn't safe. They got me water while the husband made the call. I could hear the dispatcher's calm questions bleeding through the speakerphone. I provided the address, the name, the brief account of what I'd managed to escape. They told us officers were already on their way. We stayed together by the front window, the three of us watching the quiet street with a mixture of dread and relief. Jake never came out of his house again. Maybe he realized I was calling for help. Maybe he was pacing inside, trying to decide what to do. I didn't want to imagine it. My thoughts folded backward, replaying his expression as the lamp crashed, the grip on my arm, the way he'd blocked the hallway like a barricade. When the patrol car arrived, the blue lights washed over the street in rhythmic pulses cutting through the stillness. Two officers stepped out, hands resting near their belts but not drawn. They moved with steady, practiced purpose, the kind that made my breath ease just slightly. One of them approached the neighbor's door while the other headed toward Jake's house. I stepped onto the porch with the neighbor standing behind me, their presence a quiet reassurance. I told the officer the full story, or as much as I could without my voice breaking. He listened carefully, his expression focused but not unkind. When I explained how Jake had grabbed me, how he'd tried to keep me inside, how I'd had to fight to escape. The officer's jaw tightened. They went to speak with Jake. I couldn't see what was happening inside his house, but after several long minutes they emerged with him in handcuffs. His expression had a strange mix of outrage and confusion, as if he couldn't compute how things had escalated. He didn't look at me directly, but he kept mouthing something to the officers, shaking his head. Another patrol car arrived, and they placed him in the back. The officers came back to me with more questions, details, the sequence of events, whether I had injuries that needed medical attention. I answered as steadily as I could, grounding myself in the simple facts, the concrete actions. They assured me that I'd done the right thing by getting away and calling for help, that what I'd described met the threshold for multiple charges, including unlawful confinement and assault. The night stretched on as we drove to the station. The fluorescent lights made everything look sharper than it felt. I sat in a small plain room with a table and 2 chairs, giving my statement. I focused on what I remembered. The grip on my arm, the blocked hallway, the deadbolt I struggled to unlock, the crash of the lamp. Each detail felt weighted and significant, tethering me to the timeline so I didn't drift away from it. When they were done, they offered to call someone for me, or help arrange a ride home. But I stayed there for a long moment, staring at the grain of the tabletop, feeling the steady hum of the building around me. The fear hadn't fully drained from my system, but the edges of the night had softened. There was structure now, something orderly taking shape around the chaos I'd escaped. Jake was in custody. They'd run his information and confirmed he had prior charges, violent ones. The officer who told me this did so carefully, aware of how much weight those words carried. I listened, my hands resting in my lap, fingers lightly touching the tender spot where he grabbed me. It ached, but the pain grounded me. The ride home was quiet. The early hours of the morning had stripped the neighborhood of movement, leaving the streetlights to cast long shadows across the pavement. When I stepped out of the car and thanked the officer, the cool air wrapped around me like something neutral and steady. Not comforting exactly, but real. Inside my apartment, I locked the door and leaned against it, feeling the solid click of the deadbolt settle into place. My living room looked the same as I'd left it, blanket draped over the couch, books stacked near the lamp, the soft glow from the kitchen nightlight spilling across the floor. Ordinary things, safe things. I walked through each room, not out of paranoia but out of instinct, letting the familiarity steady my breathing. The night had fractured something in me, but it hadn't taken everything. I was still here, in my home, able to recount what happened, able to anchor myself in the plain reality of my surroundings. When I finally sat on the edge of my bed, dawn was beginning to thin the darkness outside. I watched the soft blue light seep around the edges of the blinds. My arm throbbed where his fingers had dug in, but the aching was a reminder, not a threat. A reminder that I'd trusted my instincts when it mattered, that I'd found the strength to fight back, that I'd run toward the nearest light I could find. I lay back slowly, breathing in the quiet of my own space, the memory of the locked hallway, the crash of the lamp, the sprint across the lawn. They hovered at the edge of my mind, but they didn't swallow the room. They were just part of the night I'd survived. And in the stillness, as my heartbeat finally began to settle, I let the weight of that truth fill the space around me until the first thin line of sunrise reached across the floor, and the night finally receded into memory. I didn't notice anything strange about the profile at first. It felt normal the way most casual matches do. Light conversation, shared interests, the kind of easy back and forth that makes you think meeting in person might actually be worth it. I remember scrolling through our messages on the ride over, replaying his jokes, letting myself believe that small spark meant something real. I should have paid attention to how fast he steered things toward an in-person meet, but trust has always been a kind of reflex for me. I leaned into it without blinking, and that was the lever they used to move me exactly where they wanted. The location he picked wasn't a restaurant or a cafe like I expected. It was a storage building tucked behind a strip of small offices. One of those places with peeling paint and a half-lit sign that flickered like it was trying to disappear. He'd told me he needed to grab something from a unit he used for work, and that we could head somewhere nicer right after. I didn't think about how off that sounded until I was already inside. The hallway smelled like dust and cold concrete. Thin fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, throwing long reflections off metal doors. I stepped far enough in that the door clicked shut behind me, and that soft sound landed in my gut like a warning I hadn't earned yet. Jake appeared from around a corner with a quick smile. Casual, hands in his pockets like this was just a 5-minute errand. He led me down the narrow corridor while talking about some imaginary project he claimed to be finishing. His voice bounced off the metal walls, too loud in the stillness. I noticed he wasn't looking at me much, just ahead like he was pacing his steps to some cue I couldn't hear. When we reached the end of the hall, he stopped beside a half-open door. The room inside was dim, lit only by a small lamp sitting on a crate. He gestured for me to step in first. I hesitated just long enough for him to place a hand on my shoulder. Lightly, encouragingly, like we were already close enough for that kind of gesture. That was my final step across the line. Someone moved behind me before I had time to finish breathing in. The door slammed, metal on metal, and the lock scraped into place. I spun, and a man I'd never seen leveled a handgun at my chest. There's no way to describe the instant reality thins out like that. The way sound folds inward, the way your whole body becomes a held breath. My knees didn't buckle, but only because everything inside me locked up at once. Jake backed into the corner of the room, arms folded, watching me with something colder than disinterest. The armed man stepped forward, jaw tight, eyes fixed on mine like he was checking for recognition. He accused me of knowing things. Details about shipments, about money that had gone missing, about people who were going to be very upset if I didn't cooperate. The words didn't make sense, but the gun did, and he used that to make every sentence feel true. Before I could speak, he grabbed my wrist and forced me down onto a crate. A zip tie tightened around my hand so fast I felt the skin pinch, before I saw the plastic. He told me to stop pretending I didn't know what they were talking about. Jake hovered behind him, adding quiet remarks about how disappointing it was that I'd played dumb. I kept insisting they had the wrong person, but each denial only made the armed man's expression sharpen. He paced in a tight line, tapping the gun against his palm, glancing at the door as if expecting someone else to walk in and speed things along. The air felt too thin, recycled by fear and concrete. Every movement seemed to make the lamp flicker. The part that haunts me most came when the man crouched so close I could feel the heat of his breath on my cheek. He told me that this would end one of two ways, with me telling them what I knew, or with them taking something from me until I remembered. Each word dropped slow and deliberate, like he wanted them to settle deep before the next one arrived. I didn't know what to say. None of this had anything to do with me. My thoughts blurred into one looping question. How did I end up here, tied to a crate in a windowless room, because I believed a stranger who said he liked my smile? Jake pulled a phone from his pocket and started scrolling, reading off names and addresses that were supposed to mean something to me. They didn't. His voice stayed weirdly calm, detached, like he was reading from a manual on how to dismantle a person piece by piece. Somewhere in that haze, I heard the scrape of a boot outside the door. Quiet, deliberate. The armed man stopped pacing. Jake's head snapped up. Another sound followed, a low thud against metal, then a sharp command muffled by the walls. No one had to tell me what it was. The armed man lunged toward the door, shouting to Jake to grab the bags in the corner. Panic twisted the room into fast, jagged shapes. Jake stumbled over the crate, nearly losing his grip on the duffel he'd yanked open. Inside it, I could see glints of watches, phones, tangled jewelry, layers of stolen lives, spilling into the lamplight. The door burst open. In a crash of boots and steel, officers flooded the room, voices firm and overlapping, weapons drawn in controlled arcs. Jake screamed something about a misunderstanding, but he dropped the bag the moment a flashlight beam struck his eyes. The armed man tried to raise his gun, but someone already had him pinned. His wrist twisted, the weapon skittering across the concrete. A hand grabbed my shoulder. Not rough, not hurried. An officer cut the zip tie and helped me stand. My legs felt disconnected from the rest of me, like they were waiting for permission to belong again. He guided me out into the hall, away from the sounds of men being read their rights, away from the weight of that room. Later, at the station, they told me the two of them were part of a larger ring suspected of using fake dating profiles to lure people into isolated locations. They'd been taking valuables, threatening victims, funneling everything into a wider operation that stretched across several properties. They'd been watched for weeks, but tonight was the first time the police had enough to move in without risking someone disappearing. I listened while officers cataloged the items found in the duffels. Stolen watches, laptops, wallets, even family heirlooms, entire histories they'd planned to move before dawn. They kept saying I'd been fortunate, that arriving when I did aligned with the final stage of their surveillance. I didn't feel fortunate, I felt hollow. When they let me step outside, the sky looked different somehow. Wider, heavier, like the world hadn't decided yet whether to pull me back in or push me away. A patrol car idled at the curb, its lights casting slow pulses across the pavement. I stood there long enough for the cold to reach my bones. I keep thinking about that first message from Jake, the one that seemed harmless, how tiny a doorway that was, and how enormous the room it opened into. I replay the way the storage hall smelled like dust, the way the lamp trembled on its crate, the quick shine of metal spilling out of the duffel. I replay the moment the officers burst in, the shift from fear to something like weightlessness as the zip tie snapped free. People talk about trusting the wrong person like it's a simple mistake. But there's nothing simple about watching a small choice turn into a cage, then watching that cage split open under a flood of voices you didn't expect to hear. Even now, when I walk past any building with narrow halls or flickering lights, something in me tightens, not fear exactly, something quieter, a reminder that trust has edges I didn't used to see, edges sharp enough to draw blood without leaving a mark. I don't meet strangers alone anymore. I don't answer messages that feel rushed or too eager. And every time I catch myself forgetting what happened in that dim little room, the memory slips back in, with the cold touch of that zip tie and the sound of boots hitting metal in the hall. I tell myself I was lucky, that the timing broke in my favor, that I walked out with more than most people caught in schemes like that. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still see the gun first, then the lamp, then Jake's smile flattening into something that was never meant for me at all. I noticed her before she noticed me. Kat, who had introduced herself as Kia in our messages, was sitting near the back corner of the cafe, half turned toward the window as if checking her reflection. I recognized her from her profile, but she looked more tightly wound than I expected. Shoulders drawn in, hands clasped around a ceramic mug she hadn't touched. I felt the quiet hum of the cafe settle around me as I approached, the smell of roasted beans lifting the last of my workday fatigue. I had told myself to expect nothing more than a simple meeting, a cautious start, something rational and contained. But hope can work its way into the edges of your thinking before you notice. It had certainly done that to me by the time I reached her table. Her smile was small but relieved, as though my arrival solved a problem I didn't know existed. We talked about routine things, her commute, my last hiking trip, the odd chill blowing in through the cafe's front door. Even though the evening outside was mild, I kept noticing how she glanced past me toward the entrance every minute or so. The movement was so consistent it became part of the rhythm of the conversation. At first I thought she was just nervous, but the tension in her jaw suggested something more specific. A metallic scrape sounded when the door opened behind me, followed by the thick tread of heavy boots on tile. I didn't turn at first, the cafe was a cut-through for people heading to the neighboring shops. But the air shifted around Kat. She straightened then shrank into herself, hands sliding under the table as though bracing for impact. Her eyes went flat and shiny in a way I'd only ever seen in people anticipating a blow. I finally turned, when a shadow cut across our table. A man stood there, tall enough to block the overhead light. His face twitched with some internal calculation. His breathing was shallow but loud, each inhale tugging his shoulders up. He didn't say anything at first, He just stared at Kat, then shifted his gaze to me with the kind of scrutiny that felt like pressure. Kat muttered that he wasn't supposed to be here, almost as if she were confessing to herself. She added that he'd been following her for months, that he refused to accept their breakup, that he had a way of appearing wherever she went. Her voice was thin, a careful thread stretched too tightly. The man's jaw flexed when he heard the word breakup. His eyes stayed on me, as though weighing whether I was a challenger, a witness, or something else entirely. He stepped closer. The table leg rattled. My pulse quickened, but I kept my voice level when I asked if everything was all right. Kat didn't answer, and that silence told me more than anything she might have explained. He leaned in slightly, just enough to invade the space without making physical contact. I could smell oil and cold metal on his jacket, the residue of machinery, or maybe a workshop. I stayed seated, but my spine locked into place. When he finally spoke, it wasn't directed at Kat. He asked me what I thought I was doing. His tone wasn't angry, it was hollow in a way that suggested anger had burned off long ago, leaving something stripped and dangerous. I didn't give him anything to work with. I told him I was just leaving, even though that had not been my plan when I entered the cafe. His stare flicked back to Kat, who stared at her mug as though reading the glaze. He made a small noise, half scoff, half warning, then turned sharply and shoved the chair beside me with his knee. It scraped across the tile, loud enough to make two people at a nearby table glance over. He didn't acknowledge them. He walked toward the exit with stiff, uneven strides, like someone who had abruptly remembered another urgent task. The bell above the door chimed behind him, and then the cafe swallowed the sound. Kat started explaining immediately. She said he took every disagreement as betrayal, that she'd tried to get distance, that he sabotaged each attempt. She insisted she hadn't known he would follow her here, but her words came out fast and tangled, the kind that try to stitch a story back together before anyone can see the loose threads. I watched the door swinging gently on its hinges and told her I understood, but I also told her I needed to leave. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't accuse her of anything. I just let the clarity of the moment guide me. Her face collapsed into something like disappointment, maybe fear. She nodded, but her hands trembled when she gathered her things. She apologized again. 3 short phrases rushed out as if they might undo what had happened. I stayed calm, not out of bravery, but because caution had clicked into place so decisively, there was no room for anything else. I walked out first, checking the street in both directions, scanning the parked cars, making sure we weren't stepping into a continuation of the scene inside. When I didn't see him, I told her to head home using a route different from the one she'd mentioned earlier. She didn't argue. I waited until she disappeared around the corner before I let myself breathe normally. The cafe lights spilled onto the sidewalk behind me, warmer than they had seemed an hour earlier. I called the non-emergency line from the curb, giving the police everything I could. The location, the time, the description, the fact that an aggressive intrusion had happened in a public place. I didn't embellish anything. I just reported the behavior and the immediate threat it represented. The officer noted they'd follow up with her as well, since she was the direct target. By the time I walked to my car, the evening had settled into its usual calm. People passing by had no idea what had played out inside, how quickly an ordinary meeting had twisted into something off balance. The cafe windows reflected my shape as I approached my car, a single figure moving through a wash of warm light and drifting chatter. I remember thinking how strange it was that a moment can fracture so sharply in a place built for routine comfort. I sat in the driver's seat for a long minute, hands steadying on the wheel, watching the storefront through the windshield. Nothing moved except the slow sway of the door. Each time another customer entered or left, my heartbeat evened out, matching the quiet engine hum. I thought about how some histories don't stay in the past, how they spill forward into new connections before you have time to understand what you've stepped into. And I thought about how lucky I was that the warning arrived early enough for a clean exit. I drove away slowly, the cafe shrinking in the rearview mirror, until it was just another lit square in a long row of buildings. The silence of the street felt earned, like a space carved out between what almost happened and what didn't. I kept both hands on the wheel as the last of the tension bled away. the night opening up ahead of me. I was wiping down the stainless counter at the ice cream shop when the message came through. A short vibration against the apron pocket that made me glance over my shoulder as if someone else had felt it too. The evening rush had thinned, the last of the families drifting out into the cold. I remember the faint sweetness of melted waffle cones clinging to my hands, and the hum of the freezer. I checked my phone expecting some coupon alert or schedule change. Instead, it was a coworker's clipped line about Melanie not showing up for her shift, followed by the words her sister called, "She's missing." That moment tightened something behind my ribs, a cold knot that didn't warm even when I stepped into the back room to breathe. I kept working for an hour because that's what I do. Routine is how I keep from spinning out. But the knot stayed, dragging every thought back to the picture Melanie had shown me of the guy she was meeting from a dating app. She'd teased me for never having one, said I was too soft on strangers to survive the nonsense. But she'd said it with that grin of hers, like the world wasn't a place where people vanished on ordinary nights. When our manager finally let me clock out early, I walked home through the cold, the sidewalk slick from a frost that hadn't quite turned to ice. Each step felt too loud in the empty streets. Every time I glanced at the dark windows, I caught myself expecting to see my reflection blink wrong. The police took my call the next morning. Formal but polite. The detective Reeves asked what I knew. Not much, just that Melanie went out with a guy named Troy, or maybe Chad. Her screenshot had both names because his username looked slapped together in a hurry. Reeves thanked me and said they were processing digital leads in a tone that made it sound like something happening far away from the ground I was standing on. I hung up feeling like I'd just dropped a fragile thing down a well. Silence after. No splash. 3 nights later, Reeves called to tell me they'd found nothing yet. She tried to sound reassuring. I tried to believe her, but after closing at the shop, I caught myself staring too long at the dark lot behind the building, half convinced I heard footsteps that never resolved into anything real. I didn't know if the unease came from outside or if it was something tunneling up through me, making the shadows twitch at the edge of my vision. I kept smelling Melanie's perfume out of nowhere in the walk-in freezer, sharp and floral, and gone before I could turn my head. I told myself it was cross-contamination from someone's body spray. That felt safer to believe. Reeves sent me an image from the app profile, a blurry picture of a broad grin under a cap, the brim shadowing the eyes. Looking at it made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't explain. The face looked ordinary enough, but something about the mouth felt too wide or too staged, like he was trying to imitate what happy people did. I kept glancing over my shoulder in my apartment, as if the picture itself had changed something in the air around me. Then the idea took hold. Stupid, reckless, but stubborn. I made a dating profile. I put more effort into it than I expected. Neutral lighting, casual clothes, a smile that didn't look as tight as it felt. I crafted the bio like a lure. Someone who stayed up late, someone restless, someone who might be curious enough to meet a stranger on the far side of town. I didn't lie about who I was, except for the intention. Every time I adjusted a line, I felt like I was tampering with a lock I had no training to pick. Days passed. Weeks. I checked the app in the storage room at work between serving cones, the hum of the cooler masking the tapping of my fingers. Reeves stopped giving updates unless I reached out first, and the updates were always the same. Pending searches, digital traces, ongoing analysis. People still came into the shop laughing, buying their scoops, living as if Melanie wasn't out there somewhere unseen. I started losing track of which nights I'd slept, and which I'd spent scrolling through profiles that blurred together. Sometimes I'd wake up with the phone in my hand, screen still glowing against the dark. Then, one evening he matched with me. Same grin, same brim-shadowed eyes. His name on the profile this time was Chad, but the job field listed a place called Troy Manufacturing. Like he couldn't decide which version of himself he wanted to be. I felt a squeeze of cold move from my throat to my stomach. He messaged quickly. Too quickly, like he'd been waiting. His first line was simple, almost charming, but reading it made my teeth clench. I answered in short, light comments that didn't sound like me at all. I kept my responses slightly off, inviting without being eager, the kind of voice that would interest someone who liked control. I showed the screenshots to Reeves the next day. She sounded surprised I'd gotten that far. She told me not to pursue anything myself, not to put myself at risk, and I agreed out loud. But when she asked if he'd suggested meeting, I didn't mention that he already had. A bar on the other side of town, somewhere dim, where music leaked into the street in a way that made everything outside feel just a little hollow. I didn't tell her because part of me was terrified she'd try to stop me. Another part feared she wouldn't. When I walked into the bar, the air smelled like stale citrus and damp wood. My shirt stuck to my back from the cold outside meeting the overheated room. He was by the jukebox, leaning with one foot propped like he owned the place. Up close, he looked even more ordinary than in the photo, which somehow made my revulsion bloom stronger. It wasn't what he did, just how the space seemed to bend around him, like people moved 2 inches farther away without realizing it. He greeted me with that grin, but something in his eyes flickered too quickly to read. We made small talk while I rehearsed my exit plan in my head. I kept my hands visible. I kept my back angled toward the door. Every time he leaned closer, the hair at the back of my neck stood up. It wasn't anything he said. It was the pacing, the way he paused too long before answering, as if listening to something behind my words. I told him I needed to use the restroom and followed the safe exit protocol I'd rehearsed. Message sent, location shared, momentary detour through the crowd. When I slipped out the side door, the cold hit me hard enough to sting my eyes. I half expected to see him behind me, but the alley was empty except for a flickering light above the dumpsters. I walked fast, no footsteps followed, but I still checked every reflective surface, windows, car doors, to make sure I was alone. In 2 reflections, I thought I saw another shape behind mine, tall and featureless, but when I turned there was nothing there. Probably a shadow trick from the street lamp, or maybe the adrenaline rewiring how my brain took in light. I didn't trust any sensation entirely by then. Everything felt one beat off. Back home, I wrote everything down while my hands were still shaking. His posture, his voice, the way the room seemed to quiet at his corners. I forwarded it all to Reeves. She responded faster than I expected, thanking me, telling me the information was valuable. She promised they were taking action, though she didn't say what kind. Her message ended with a note that I should avoid further contact. I read it 3 times, then muted his profile anyway, like that could keep him from noticing I'd slipped away. But later that night, the app buzzed again. A new message. Had fun, let's do it again soon. The timestamp didn't match when I'd left the bar. It was delayed, like he'd waited until the space around me had gone quiet, until I'd started to believe I was safe. I stared at the screen without answering. I didn't delete it either. Not yet. The glow of the phone lit the dark room, casting thin bars of light across the ceiling. For a moment I thought I heard soft footsteps above my unit, spaced too evenly to be pipes expanding. I held still until the sound faded. I don't know what Reeves will do with what I gave her. I don't know if it will be enough to find Melanie, or to prove anything about the man who smiled at me like he'd been practicing. But I keep the profile active, muted but open, watching for movement in the app, like watching a window at night. The cold knot behind my ribs hasn't eased. It's just settled deeper, waiting. I go to work, wipe down counters, scoot cones, listen to the freezers hum. Some nights I still smell Melanie's perfume as I lock up. I tell myself it's nothing unusual, just lingering air from a customer, but the scent always dissipates too quickly, as if it knows I'm trying to follow it. I felt the shift the first night Jay took me out. I'd been serving tables long enough to know the difference between real wealth and the kind people tried to imitate with a shiny watch or a rented car. What Jay showed me didn't look like imitation. It was a string of reservations at places I'd only seen in food blogs, all delivered with the casual tone of someone who never needed to check their bank balance. I should have been thrilled, but instead there was this faint pressure in my ribs, like I was wearing clothes a size too small. I told myself it was nerves, that I wasn't used to anyone spending so freely on me. but the feeling lingered under every plate placed in front of me and every cab door he opened. He always chose the loudest, brightest tables. He ordered entire bottles without looking at the price, leaving tips bigger than what I made in a shift. I wanted to believe he was just generous. I wanted to believe I'd finally met someone who existed outside the paycheck-to-paycheck grind that defined my life. But after each night I went home on the bus, the cold air pressing through the gaps in the windows, and the unease settled deeper. It was like I'd been pulled into someone else's orbit, and couldn't tell if it was warming me or burning me. The first real sign that something was wrong happened after a week of this whirlwind. He suggested a trip, casual, like asking if I wanted dessert. He listed destinations that sounded impossible for someone like me, delivered with this expectant smile like I should already be packing a suitcase. When I hesitated, he brushed it aside with a laugh and shifted into describing the suite he'd booked. The more he talked, the more my stomach clenched. I kept nodding, pretending to consider it, but all I could think about was the rent notice on my counter and how easily he ignored anything resembling reality. I ended things the next morning. I sent the message before I left for work, simple and polite, trying not to provoke anything. His response came seconds later, an explosion of insults, accusations, and demands. I repay what he'd supposedly spent on me. The sharpness of it stunned me. It was like the version of Jay I'd known had been peeled away, revealing something raw and desperate beneath. I blocked him everywhere, but the words stuck with me all day, buzzing under my skin. The messages didn't stop. They just shifted numbers, platforms, fake accounts. Every one of them carried the same frantic edge, insisting I owed him, that I'd ruined him, that I needed to fix what I'd broken. I tried to ignore them at first. Then I started checking the locks on my door twice each night, then 3 times. That old bus ride home felt different too. Every shadow on the seat beside me, sharper, every footstep behind me louder. 2 nights later, I came home from a closing shift and felt something was off. Before I even reached my apartment door, the hallway was still, but my keys felt slick in my hand. The lock turned too easily. Inside, the air had a faint metallic smell, like someone had moved things around. A folded piece of cardboard lay on my kitchen table, with my name written in thick black marker. My hand shook when I opened it. The message inside was short, written in the same heavy strokes. An unmistakable threat, no vague warning, no symbolic gesture, just a plain sentence describing what he'd do the next time he caught me alone. There were footprints near the window. Not big, not muddy, just visible enough in the thin streetlight to tell me he'd stood there for a moment, looking out. He had been in my home. He had walked through the same spaces where I ate and slept, and tried to feel safe. I called the police, my voice thin against the dispatcher's calm questions. When the officers arrived, they moved through the apartment carefully, pointing out where the frame had been forced, where he'd left fingerprints. They collected the cardboard, sealed it, and told me I'd done the right thing by calling. But I didn't feel right. I felt hollow, like everything inside me had been scooped out and replaced with cold air. Over the next days, investigators reached out. They asked about how we met, what he'd shown me, what he'd said about his finances. Each question chipped away at the illusion I'd let myself believe. They told me they suspected he'd been running a kind of confidence scheme, targeting people who looked like they were carrying financial strain. Everything extravagant, every gesture, every bill he paid had been designed to pull me deeper into a place where I felt indebted to him. When they arrested him, it happened quietly. They called to let me know he'd been located after using a card linked to one of his fake accounts. I pictured him sitting in a brightly lit room, stripped of all the smooth charm he'd wrapped himself in. The relief that hit me wasn't dramatic. It was more like someone loosening a rope tied around my chest. I stopped riding the bus home late after that. I kept my curtains closed. I slept with a lamp on for a while, then gradually let the room get dark again. The apartment still felt different, like a space that had been cracked and resealed, but it was mine again. Sometimes when I pass one of those high-end restaurants he took me to, I feel that old tightness in my ribs just for a moment before it fades. I don't pretend I couldn't have fallen for someone like him again. I know exactly how easy it was, how quickly admiration can turn into obligation, then obligation into something colder. But I also remember the night I found that cardboard on my table. The way the air felt wrong, the way the quiet pressed in on me, that's the part that keeps me grounded now. The part that reminds me not all threats come shouting from the dark. Some walk straight through your door and wait for you to notice them. I met her on a night when I should have stayed home. I remember sitting in my parked car outside my apartment, the glow of the app still on my screen, telling myself I wasn't doing anything reckless, just a first meetup, just a rebound. I'd been telling myself versions of that since the breakup. I was restless, heavy with leftover anger, and still carrying enough muscle from years of lifting that I rarely worried about my own safety. That confidence felt solid then, like a shield. It didn't occur to me that it could be turned against me, that someone might see it as an opportunity instead of a deterrent. Her profile looked normal enough. Soft smile, a dog and 2 pictures, a short bio that didn't try too hard. She suggested meeting at her place because she had an early morning. I replayed that detail later, but at the time it felt flattering in a fast-moving adult way. By 8:50 I was on the road, following the map across town toward a cluster of private apartment buildings I'd never been to. The parking lot lights were dim, half the bulbs burnt out, leaving most of the cars in pooled shadow. I checked the address 3 times before getting out. The night air was cool, the concrete still holding warmth under my shoes. I walked up the exterior stairwell, listening to the hum of a nearby highway, trying to convince myself I wasn't nervous. When I reached her door, it opened before I knocked. She stood there in a loose sweatshirt, hair tied back, looking smaller than I expected. She waved me in with a quick smile, like she'd been timing my footsteps in the hall. The apartment smelled faintly of warm fruit, maybe something canned. A single floor lamp lit the room from the corner, leaving the opposite side in soft shadow. She moved quickly into the kitchen area and held up a bottle, asking if I wanted something juice. She said, it was already open, already poured. I felt a small hitch in my stomach, a tiny pull of instinct, and I told her I'd pass. I wasn't thirsty. Her smile thinned, not disappeared, just tightened enough for me to feel the temperature shift. Something cautious and expectant flickered in her eyes, and then disappeared as she set the glass down a little too slowly. That was the first moment I felt off balance. Rejection shouldn't have mattered, but it mattered to her. The room didn't change, but her posture did, her attention sharpening in a way I didn't understand yet. She asked if I wanted to sit, but the couch angle faced the hallway, and I wasn't ready to turn my back. I mumbled something about needing to use the bathroom first, just to get my bearings. She nodded like she'd been waiting for that excuse, pointing me toward a door at the far side of the hall. The bathroom sat deeper in the apartment than I expected, tucked away with a second door that didn't quite latch. That bothered me more than anything else had so far. Once inside, I closed the main door and waited. I listened. Nothing at first. Then, very faintly, the soft shuffle of weight on flooring. Not hers, too heavy, too deliberate. Then a whisper of movement behind the second door, as if someone were staying just out of sight. My skin tightened. I held my breath and leaned slightly, catching the outline of a shoe through the crack at the bottom. Large, flat-soled. Not hers. The truth settled fast and cold. This wasn't a misunderstanding. I wasn't reading too much into things. There was someone else in the apartment. I pulled out my phone and checked for signal. 1 bar. I texted James anyway, a blunt message telling him where I was and that something felt wrong. I stared at the screen, watching the spinning icon try to send. I couldn't wait to see if it would go through. I needed to move, but not blindly. If I walked out into that living room without a plan, I'd be boxed in. I scanned the bathroom again, looking for anything that could work as leverage or protection. Nothing but a hand towel and a cheap plastic toilet brush. The window was too small for my shoulders, even if I could pry it open quietly. I steadied my breathing. I reminded myself I was bigger than almost anyone I met. I didn't feel brave, but strength is its own kind of clarity. I opened the bathroom door slowly, stepping into the hallway, pretending nothing was wrong. She stood at the end of the hall, arms folded, Eyes too focused on me, I told her I needed to head out, that something had come up, that I should go sooner than planned. She didn't move aside. She didn't smile. She just tilted her head toward the living room like she expected me to walk there anyway. I turned slightly, angling myself toward the front door, watching her shoulders shift, watching her weigh the space between us. The air felt thick, as if the apartment itself were holding its breath. Then I heard it, the soft creak of the floor behind me, heavy steps closing fast. I spun as the bald man lunged from the shadowed corner of the living room, his shape filling the hallway in a rush. His arm came up, maybe to grab, maybe to strike, but he wasn't subtle about it. He expected surprise. He expected compliance. But I'd already braced, my weight centered. I dropped low, drove my shoulder into his ribs before he could adjust, heard his breath punch out in a startled grunt. He staggered back, crashing into the wall, and I pushed past him hard enough to break whatever plan they'd rehearsed. She shouted something sharp behind me, but I didn't look back. The man caught my arm, reaching from the side as I sprinted for the door. But I twisted, using my weight to pull free. He grabbed again, fingers scraping my sleeve, and I slammed my elbow into his forearm, feeling the grip collapse. I didn't wait for a third attempt. I barreled into the front door, yanked it open, and launched myself into the hallway. My footsteps hammered down the stairwell, echoing off concrete. I didn't stop to check if they followed. When I hit the parking lot, the cool air shocked my lungs. I kept running until I reached my car, fumbling for the lock. I slid in, slammed the door, started the engine, and peeled out of the lot. My hands shook the wheel. My breathing wouldn't slow. I drove until the apartment building disappeared completely, until the roads became familiar again, until I felt like someone could hear me if I called for help. At the station, the fluorescent lights made everything look too clean, too ordinary. The officer at the desk listened carefully, nodding in the right places, asking measured questions. They took the address, the description, the screenshots from the dating app. But when I finished, the officer's expression settled into that polite, regretful neutrality. Without injuries, without theft, without witnesses, there wasn't enough to file charges. They could document it, they could look into it, but that was all. Walking back to my car, the night felt heavier than before. I replayed every moment, every shift in tone, every choice I made that led me into that apartment. The vulnerability was mine. I had walked in willingly. The danger had been arranged around me, like furniture set in advance, and the escape had been nothing but instinct and leverage and luck. I sat behind the wheel for a long time, letting the weight of it settle, realizing just how close it had been, how easily the outcome could have changed if I hadn't refused that first drink. I reached the edge of downtown just as the streetlights flicked on, washing the brick and glass in a dull orange haze. I'd left my place earlier than I needed to because I wanted a minute to steady myself before meeting Katie. Her messages had been warm without being pushy, as if she already knew me. That easy tone got past my usual caution, and I remember feeling almost grateful for it as I walked toward the bar she picked. But when I turned the corner and saw the place dark, windows papered over, I felt something tighten in my chest. It hadn't just closed early, it looked like it hadn't functioned in weeks. The stillness around the doorway pressed against me, and my steps slowed without me deciding to slow them at all. I stood there a moment, watching a trash bag lift in a weak draft and collapse again, and the quiet felt wrong. I checked the app, half expecting a quick apology from her, maybe a new spot already suggested. Instead, she popped online only after I sent a short note that I'd arrived. She told me she'd forgotten the place had shut down, and suggested another bar on the opposite side of the district. Her message came with a casual note that the quickest way was through the park, along an unlit path between the tennis courts and a maintenance shed. I knew the shortcut. Everyone did, but most people avoided it at night. Even from where I stood, I could picture how the light just dropped away past the iron gate, how the asphalt dipped under the trees so you couldn't see more than a few steps ahead. I remember staring at her suggestion and feeling my stomach rise into my throat for no clear reason. It was like being nudged toward a quiet corner no one watched. and the longer I looked at the message, the more that tightness in my chest returned. The wind shifted through the empty street. Just a light push, but it broke the spell enough for me to take a step back and look around. The nearest open businesses were several blocks away. Foot traffic had thinned to almost nothing. Anyone could have waited in that park and seen me coming from either entrance, and I'd never noticed until I was already inside. I told myself I was overthinking. Still, I decided to walk toward the second location using the lit streets, even though it would take longer. I typed a quick reply saying I'd meet her there. No shortcuts, and started moving. With each block, the city felt heavier and quieter, as if it were shrugging off the last of the after-work crowd. I kept glancing over my shoulder, not sure what I expected to see. I only knew the unease wasn't fading. 10 minutes later, I reached the bar she'd named. It stood on a corner where several buses converged, and a few people lingered outside finishing cigarettes. I slipped through them and stopped near the entryway, letting the noise wash over me. Music, clinking glasses, a bartender calling for someone's tab. It should have grounded me. It didn't. I opened the app again to tell her I'd arrived, and for a second I thought the app had glitched. Her profile picture was gone. Her name was gone. All that remained was a blank gray silhouette and a line of text stating I could no longer contact this user. I closed and reopened it, but the same message appeared, cold and final. That tightness in my chest sank deeper, settling into something colder. I stepped out of the doorway and scanned the street, watching the faces near the bus stop, watching the traffic lights flare red and green over damp pavement. No one looked back at me, but the sense of having narrowly sidestepped something didn't fade. If anything, it sharpened. I walked a slow loop around the block, letting the noise thin out behind me until I reached a quieter cross street. That was when I finally let the pieces fall into place. The inactive first location, the sudden redirect, the emphasis on that shortcut, the way she avoided giving any personal contact info. It all lined up too cleanly. If I'd followed the route she pushed me toward, I would have been alone in that unlit stretch for several minutes, with no one nearby to hear anything. Whoever she really was, she didn't need to say a word to make her plan clear. My instincts had done all the talking. I stood at the curb watching a bus hiss to a stop and load its passengers, thinking how easily the night could have gone another way. Then I headed toward the main road, keeping to the brightest stretches of pavement, letting the lights guide me all the way home. I noticed the pickup the same week everything started to feel off, around my block. It idled across from my building long after the bars closed, its headlights dimmed but not off, as if whoever sat inside couldn't decide whether to disappear or be seen. I told myself it was nothing, just another late worker or someone waiting on a friend, but each night it reappeared, closer to my door, lingering a little longer. I felt the pattern long before I admitted it. I'd met Chris only a few weeks earlier through a niche outdoor forum. We bonded over trail maps and the kind of gear talk that felt harmless, even comforting. When we agreed to meet at a bar near my office, the first drink went smoothly. He was polite, attentive, almost too tuned into every shift in my posture. I caught a few subtle mismatches, how he repeated tiny details I'd mentioned online, but never in person. How he asked what side of the building I lived on with a half-joking smile. I registered them, set them aside, and let the night end without incident. After that, the messages kept coming. At first, they were casual links, recommendations, small jokes about our shared hobbies. Then he commented on photos I hadn't posted on that platform, referencing angles that didn't exist in the images themselves. I realized he'd found my other accounts, the dormant ones I barely remembered creating. When I asked how he'd stumbled onto them, he responded with a vague line about algorithms. It didn't feel like an answer. I slowed my replies. He sped his up. When I finally stopped responding altogether, the tone of his messages shifted, short, frantic, coded in a way that made my chest tighten. He hinted that he understood where I lived now, that he could tell when I was awake, that we shouldn't pretend something real didn't already start. I blocked him across every platform I remembered using, but each time I did, A new notification appeared from an account with a slightly altered name, a scrambled profile picture or no picture at all. By then, I'd noticed the pickup again, this time parked at the far end of my work lot. When I exited after closing, I felt eyes on me from behind the windshield's reflection. I didn't stop to look twice. I unlocked my car on the move and drove straight home. Even as I merged onto the main road, I fought the instinct to check my mirror. My hands trembled on the wheel, not because I was sure he'd followed, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that surveillance had slipped from digital to physical without my consent. One night, walking back from a grocery run, I spotted a silhouette near the alley behind my building. It shifted as I approached, stepping back into shadow as if giving me space while still claiming the territory near my door. The shape didn't move again, but I got inside faster than usual. I double-locked the door and stood in my dim kitchen, listening to the refrigerator hum until it drowned out everything else. When the break in silence came, it was the buzzing of a new message on an account I rarely used. The subject line read only, "Look outside." I didn't. I called the non-emergency line instead, reported the vehicle that had been idling on my block for days, and mentioned the messages that increasingly felt like warnings disguised as invitations. An officer took notes, assured me they'd patrol more frequently, and asked whether I'd ever felt physically threatened. I said no because nothing had happened yet, even though something already had. 2 nights later, I worked late and walked home under a sky that felt too still for the city. The sidewalk stretched ahead in a narrow ribbon of street lamp haze. I heard steps behind me, timed perfectly with mine, close enough to sync but not close enough to mistake for coincidence. I didn't look back until the rhythm broke. A scuff, a sharp inhale, the subtle pressure of someone closing the gap. Chris's voice reached me first, low and urgent, telling me I'd misunderstood him, that we needed to talk, that he only wanted a chance to explain. His hand gripped my arm before I could turn, pulling me toward the dark seam between 2 buildings. The shock of contact cut through every instinct to stay quiet. I twisted out of his grasp and drew a breath so deep it burned. My scream tore through the empty street. A door opened across the block. A couple at the far corner stopped mid-conversation. Lights blinked on in a high-rise window. The moment eyes turned toward us, Chris hesitated, shoulders tightening as if weighing whether to drag me deeper into shadow or save himself by fleeing. His hand slipped from my arm. Then he ran. Witnesses converged around me. Someone on the phone with police, someone else giving a shaky description of the direction he bolted. Officers arrived fast enough to catch him only a few blocks away. When they asked if I wanted to press charges, the answer came out of me without hesitation. They walked me through the paperwork for a protective order, explaining what it covered, where I should keep a copy, how to update them if anything changed. In the weeks after, the street outside my building felt different. Not safer exactly, but sharper, as if every corner held a warning I could finally read. I replayed the earlier signs, the questions, the mismatched details, the sudden knowledge he shouldn't have had. I'd seen the red flags, labeled them as quirks, and kept going anyway, letting someone I barely knew trace the outline of my routines until he could step into them. Now passing that same bar where we first met, I catch my reflection in the window, tired, alert, steadier than before. I don't linger. I keep moving, listening to the hum of late-night traffic and the echo of my own footsteps carrying me home, through the thin wash of streetlight, grateful for the noise, for the witnesses who looked up when they did, and for the space between me and the figure who once hovered just out of view. I first noticed how quiet my apartment felt on weeknights, the kind of quiet that lets small disturbances travel farther than they should. It was during one of those evenings, while I sat near the second-floor window with my phone in hand, that I realized how often I refreshed the same dating app, without meaning to. The profiles blurred together after a while. Quick bios, filtered smiles, vague promises of weekend adventures. I wasn't searching for anything dramatic. Browsing had become a habit, a way to mark time between loads of laundry or the slow cooling of a takeout dinner. That's when I saw him, Joe, a face in a baseball cap, a short line about liking morning jogs through the city park, and a location practically next door. I didn't overthink it. I declined the match and moved on. It felt like deleting a line of spam in my inbox. A small, forgettable gesture. A few minutes later, I looked down again and saw a strange little marker flicker beneath one of my private notes in the app. Something I'd never seen before. Almost like a leftover tag from a developer build. It vanished before I could tap it. I shrugged it off, assuming it was some back-end glitch. Still, I noticed it. I noticed everything. In the days that followed, I kept to my routine. I walked through the city park most afternoons, cutting across the lawn toward the side gate that led home. That's when I started seeing a man who seemed familiar, though I couldn't place him at first. He lingered near the benches, occasionally looking up as though waiting for someone. His posture was casual, but his eyes had that restless scanning quality I learned to watch for in people. He didn't approach me then, not exactly, but he stood close enough that I felt the brush of his presence every time I passed. By the third afternoon, something clicked. The cap, the jawline, the same slight tilt of his head from that profile photo. I tried not to show recognition. I'm a vigilant tenant by necessity. I live alone, and I've seen enough unusual neighbors to know that drawing attention to my observations rarely helps. I dropped my gaze and kept moving. Later that week, I found him outside my building, not at the door, but across the street, leaning against a lamppost like someone killing time before a ride. When I approached, he stepped just close enough that I had to adjust my path. His eyes met mine for half a second. No words, just a quiet, presumptive familiarity, like we were picking up a conversation we'd never had. Inside my apartment, the old floorboards creaked in ways I trusted. They told me when the downstairs tenants were pacing, or when the building shifted with the weather. That night, though, the sound that pulled me from sleep wasn't inside. It was the faint scrape of movement beneath my window. A pause, then another. My window overlooks a narrow alley framed by brick and metal fire escapes. The angle isn't hospitable. You don't end up there unless you're trying to. I didn't look immediately. Instead, I sat very still on the edge of my bed and let the quiet settle again. The noise faded after a minute, replaced by the steady hum of the ventilation unit outside. When I finally walked to the window, the alley looked empty, but emptiness can be deceptive. The next morning, I watched the street from behind the slats of my blinds. Joe, because by then I'd accepted that was who it was, walked past my building again. He didn't look up, but he slowed as he passed my door, before disappearing down the block. I could have convinced myself it was coincidence if not for the tension that gathered in my chest every time he appeared. As though my instincts recognized the pattern before my rational mind caught up, he escalated in subtle steps. First the park, then my street, then the alley. It felt like he was tracing the edges of my life, mapping the perimeter of my routines in a way I couldn't ignore. I deleted the dating app, thinking maybe severing digital contact would stop whatever tether he felt. But deletion didn't erase the fact that he already knew what he wanted to know. That I lived close. That I existed within arm's reach. One evening, returning from the grocery store, I felt someone match my pace behind me. Not right on my heels, but close enough that my shoulders tensed. I didn't need to look to know it was him. His footsteps carried that same uneven rhythm I'd heard earlier in the alley. I kept walking, turning onto streets with better lighting, where other people drifted between storefronts. At one corner, I stopped to adjust the strap of my bag, giving myself an excuse to glance over my shoulder. He stood half a block away. Not hidden, not embarrassed, just there, watching. I made it home without confrontation. But the moment I locked the door behind me, a realization settled hard into my stomach. This wasn't going to fade on its own. People like him rarely retreat on silence. They treat it like permission. That night, I sat with every detail arranged in my head. Time, place, posture, proximity. I'm methodical by nature. It's how I keep fear from spiraling into something less useful. Eventually, with my window cracked open to the cool air, I wrote everything out. Names, dates, locations. I didn't know then that those notes would matter, but putting them on paper gave me something solid to hold on to. A week later, he upped the proximity. I saw him again near the building's back entrance, standing closer than he ever had before. He wasn't pretending anymore. He stepped near me, too near his shoulder grazing mine, as though we were familiar, as though the distance between us belonged to him. He muttered something I didn't catch, words spoken softly but directly into my space. I moved past him quickly, my heartbeat thudding loud enough that I barely registered the rest of the walk inside. My building's hallway always echoing footsteps, but that day the echo felt wrong, like someone else's stride overlapped mine. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the living room lamp on and stood near the window at intervals, checking the alley, the street, the faint reflection of myself in the glass. What finally pushed me toward action happened 2 days later. I had stepped into my bedroom just past midnight when I heard the unmistakable sound of a foot shifting gravel outside my window. Not a cat, not wind, a person planting weight. I froze. The scrape of rubber against concrete followed. Slow, intentional. I reached for my phone with hands that felt both numb and electric. I called the non-emergency line, forcing my voice steady enough to explain what I'd seen in recent weeks. I described the pattern, the man from the app, the appearances in the park and on my street, the window, the alley. The dispatcher listened, really listened. She told me officers would come by. When they arrived, their flashlights cut through the alley's shadows in sharp, disciplined arcs. Nothing. He was gone. But absence didn't erase what I'd heard, and by then I'd accepted that documenting everything was my best chance. I showed them my notes, the ones I'd kept carefully, every entry organized by date and location. They asked if I knew the man's name. I didn't. Not fully. I knew only what little he revealed on the app. But that was enough. They accessed the platform through a process that sounded both routine and strangely impersonal, verifying my report and pulling his profile for identification. Joe, a name I'd seen once and dismissed with a swipe, now spoken aloud in a police station as though it held weight. The officers told me I wasn't imagining the pattern. They made that clear in their tone. They asked about every encounter, making sure they understood not just what happened, but how close he'd gotten, how deliberate he seemed. Their questions were practical, grounded, simple things. Did he follow you after the park? Did he say anything? Did he attempt contact inside the building? Later that week, after more follow-up, they issued a legal order restricting his access to me. A boundary drawn in official language, the kind of line I couldn't draw on my own, no matter how vigilant I was. I wish I could say that the moment I held that document in my hands, the tension drained away. But fear doesn't dissolve on command. Not when you've felt someone's presence shadow your routines, stepping closer each time you don't respond. Still, the city felt different after the order. Not safer exactly, but contained, structured. The officers told me they'd made contact with him, informed him of the restrictions, made clear the consequences of ignoring them. Hearing that gave me a strange, cautious sense of reclaiming my life, like tightening bolts on a loose frame. In the days that followed, I checked the window less often. I slept with the lamp off again, letting the apartment return to its usual rhythms. The floorboards creaked gently beneath the weight of familiar neighbors. The ventilation unit hummed its steady note. My blinds stayed half open in the afternoon, letting in a small slice of calm city light that had begun to feel possible again. When I walked through the park, I didn't scan every face with the same tight urgency. I still paid attention. Old habits don't evaporate, but I felt the difference between vigilance and fear. One keeps you aware, the other keeps you cornered. I don't know what Joe thought in those weeks. I don't know what he believed would happen when he stepped closer, or what he expected when he followed me down quiet streets. I'll never know how many times he stood beneath my window before I heard him. Some things stay in shadows even when the rest comes into focus. But I do know this. Boundaries drawn on a screen don't vanish when the app closes. I learned that the hard way. Digital gestures can echo far beyond the moment of a swipe, following you into parks and alleys and late-night windows when you least expect them. And I know that sometimes the most important act is the decision to involve someone who can draw a firmer boundary than you can. A line backed by law. by consequence, by the authority to turn a persistent presence into a contained one. The order still sits folded in the top drawer of my desk. I don't open it often, but I know it's there. A reminder that vigilance doesn't have to be solitary. A reminder that I recognize the pattern in time. A reminder that reclaiming my space was possible. Sometimes, late at night, I still listen for sounds beneath my window. The quiet scrape that once pulled me from sleep. I haven't heard it again, not since that final week. Maybe he learned. Maybe he moved on. Maybe the line drawn around my life became visible enough that he didn't dare cross it. But every now and then, when the night is very still, I find myself standing near the window again, watching the alley, making sure the quiet is just quiet, that it belongs to me now. And when I'm certain it does, I turn away, let the room settle back into darkness, and remind myself how close things came to slipping beyond control before I finally acted. I first noticed how quiet my apartment felt that evening. The kind of quiet where the refrigerator hum seemed too sharp, and the street noise below felt far away. I'd just finished reviewing a set of project notes for the next morning, still in the steady problem-solving headspace my job kept me in. That was when the little notification at the corner of my screen pulsed again. The one from the dating app I'd only downloaded out of a half-hearted promise to coworkers that I'd try being less married to work. I told myself I'd give it a month. Maybe meet someone who understood long hours and the way a mind could stay fixed on a problem long after the office lights went off. The match had come in the night before, but our conversation didn't move from polite exchange to something real until earlier that afternoon. He introduced himself as someone who worked in a related field, enough overlap to make me curious without it feeling staged. He asked good questions, specific ones, and he didn't push for anything too personal. I could feel the shift as our messages deepened, the kind of flow that made it easy to forget you were typing to a stranger. When I mentioned something I rarely shared with anyone outside my closest circle, how I often struggled to shut the door on work and let myself feel anything normal, he responded with a kind of quiet understanding that felt startlingly precise. It made me pause, not out of suspicion but relief. I hadn't expected to be seen in that way by someone I hadn't even heard speak yet. By early evening, it felt natural when he suggested meeting. Not romantic, not high stakes, just two professionals who'd hit an unexpectedly honest stride. He proposed a coffee place downtown that stayed open late, a spot I knew well from post-deadline nights. Bright lighting, lots of foot traffic, nothing that set off alarms. I told myself it was responsible, measured. I'd been careful online. I'd vetted his basic details, checked public profiles, the routine steps. Everything aligned. I arrived first. The cafe's windows glowed against the dusk, reflecting rows of office buildings that were beginning to empty out. Inside, the smell of espresso and warm pastries wrapped around me, familiar and grounding. I chose a table near the back, but still in sight of the counter, a place where I could watch the door without looking like I was watching the door. Years of managing clients had taught me to read entrances the way some people read weather. When he walked in, he looked exactly like his photos. Tall, neatly dressed, a bit formal for a casual meetup, but nothing off. He smiled as he approached, a small practice gesture, and for the first few minutes, everything felt consistent with what I'd imagined. He asked about my work with quiet interest, and I watched his hands as he spoke, steady, controlled movements that reminded me of someone who'd spent years training himself to be perceived a certain way. It shifted slowly at first, a comment that cut a little too close, framed as a joke but delivered with an edge that didn't belong. A correction about some detail from our earlier conversation. Not harsh, but pointed enough that it made the back of my neck prickle. He leaned forward in a way that felt proprietary, as if we'd known each other for years and I'd somehow missed the moment that level of familiarity was granted. Then came the moment the air in the room seemed to narrow. He said something about how unusual it was to find someone willing to open up so quickly. But the tone had changed, less impressed, more assessing. His posture tightened. The smile sharpened into something that didn't touch his eyes. He asked why I kept glancing toward the door. Although I hadn't realized I was doing it, I started to explain it away. Habit from long meetings, nothing more. But he cut me off with a soft laugh that didn't sound soft at all. "You don't need to monitor the room when you're with me," he said, and the phrasing lodged under my skin. Not a suggestion, not reassurance, directive. Something instinctive in me cooled. I imagined stepping back through the conversation, finding the earlier version of him, the one who spoke with empathy and warmth. But I couldn't see him anymore. This new presence at the table felt bigger, louder, like he'd been waiting for a door to open so he could fill the space. I stood, keeping my movements slow. I told him I had an early call in the morning, that it had been good to meet in person, that we could talk again later. I tried to make it sound normal, unprovocative, but I watched the shift happen in his expression. First disbelief, then something darker, something that read less as disappointment and more as entitlement denied. He rose as soon as I did. No pause, no consideration. "You're leaving?" he asked, though it didn't feel like a question. His voice had dropped into something heavier, a register that felt like it belonged to a different man entirely. I kept my tone steady, thanked him for coming, and turned toward the exit. My pulse climbed as I stepped outside into the humid urban air. The streetlights flickered against the sidewalk, buses hissed at the curb, and somewhere far off a siren threaded through the noise of evening traffic. I focused on the crosswalk ahead, on the mundane safety of routine movement, but I heard his footsteps behind me before I saw him. Quick, close, matching my pace with unnerving precision. I didn't look back at first. I didn't want to escalate something I didn't yet understand. But when he called my name, tight, controlled, stripped of everything that had once sounded kind, I felt the last of my earlier trust evaporate. He kept saying we weren't done, that walking away wasn't an option after everything we'd started. His voice carried just enough volume for it to feel like he was trying to close the distance without drawing attention. I changed direction toward a busier street, but he adjusted instantly. When I sped up, he did too. When I slowed, he closed the gap. That was when the fear sharpened from unease into something clean and practical. I pulled out my phone, shielding the screen from him as best I could, and dialed emergency services. My voice came out calmer than I expected as I gave the dispatcher my location, describing the situation in clipped phrases while moving steadily toward a brightly lit corner. The dispatcher spoke in measured tones, asking where he was in relation to me, whether he'd touched me, whether anyone nearby seemed aware. I answered while listening to the rhythm of his footsteps gaining ground. The dispatcher told me units were close, very close. I just needed to stay visible. I crossed toward a strip of storefronts where people lingered near a late-night grocery. The scene should have felt safe, but the sound of him behind me breathing harder now, words tumbling out about how I couldn't just walk away, how I owed him a chance to explain, made the lights feel too dim, the crowd too thin. I kept the dispatcher on the line, repeating my direction of travel, checking the street signs out loud so the officers could find me quickly. When the patrol car came into view, its lights off but unmistakable, something inside me loosened. Not relief exactly, just the sudden clarity of knowing I wasn't alone anymore. The officers stepped out before the car even stopped moving fully, and within seconds they positioned themselves between us. I felt the dispatcher's voice fade as I stopped talking, letting the presence of law enforcement take over the space that had been closing in around me. He reacted instantly, frustration erupting into sharp movements and raised volume, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. But his intensity only confirmed everything I'd felt building, since the moment he'd shifted in the cafe. The officers instructed him to stand still, to keep his hands visible. Their calm was absolute. My own breath finally evened out as they guided him a few steps back and secured the situation with the efficiency of people who'd done this many times before. One of them walked me a short distance away, asking if I was hurt, if I felt safe enough to stand on my own. I nodded, though my legs still trembled with the leftover charge of adrenaline. The night felt different now, the city noise returning in pieces, the dull glow of storefronts no longer distorted by fear. They told me he'd be detained and questioned, that they'd address any violations and ensure he had no further opportunity to approach me. They explained each next step in steady, professional detail, anchoring me back to the version of myself that understood procedure, timelines, documented facts. I clung to that structure, letting it quiet the storm still echoing through me. When it was finally over and the cruiser pulled away, I stayed outside for a long moment, watching headlights stream across the intersection. The air smelled faintly of rain on concrete, the kind that collects before a storm fully commits. People passed me without noticing anything unusual. To them, it was just another warm evening in the city. I thought about how easily the night could have unfolded differently if I'd dismissed the tension, if I'd told myself to be polite a little longer, if I'd underestimated the shift in someone who had seemed genuinely kind only hours earlier. I thought about how trust can form quickly in digital spaces, how carefully curated conversations can feel like truth when there's nothing yet to contradict them. But I also thought about the dispatcher's calm voice, the officer's quick arrival, the way they stepped directly into the escalating danger without hesitation. Intervention doesn't erase what almost happened, but it reshapes the space around it, gives it edges I can step away from instead of falling into. I walked home through streets that felt familiar again, each block settling me back into myself. The night air cooled as I climbed the final stretch toward my building, the city lights softening at the edges. There was no dramatic revelation waiting for me, no sudden wisdom, just a quiet understanding that awareness, intuition, and swift help had carried me through something that could have ended far differently. Inside my apartment, the earlier stillness returned, but it felt like a different kind of quiet now. Not empty, just real, just mine again. I sat down, letting the hum of the refrigerator settle into the background, and breathed in the simple relief of being home, safe, and finally alone. I first noticed the shift in myself before I noticed it in him, how easily I let people inside, how quickly I offered trust. It was a trait that served me well in my work, sketching strangers in coffee shops, or drifting through gallery openings with a notebook tucked under my arm. But it also left openings I didn't see until they widened into something dangerous. When I matched with him on the app, it felt harmless. He had that kind of charisma that made you lean closer, the type that seemed to brighten whatever corner of a room he occupied. I remember brushing graphite dust off my hands as I typed my first response, not knowing that moment would mark the start of a slow tightening around my life. The first meeting was easy. Too easy. We talked about art, city architecture, the odd loneliness of digital spaces. He listened in a way that made me feel studied but appreciated. When we parted outside the cafe, the streetlights blurred in a warm halo on the pavement, and I felt something nearly hopeful. I didn't notice his glance down the block, tracking the direction I walked, or how long he stood there after I turned the corner. I only learned that later. At the time, I was touched by the attention. That was always my flaw. A few days later, he appeared at my workplace. I assumed it was a coincidence. The building's lobby smelled of cleaning chemicals and old carpet, and he leaned against the reception desk as if he belonged there. He said he was in the neighborhood and wanted to surprise me. My colleagues teased me in a friendly way, smiling as they passed. It felt flattering then, the kind of thing people hope for when starting something new. It didn't feel like surveillance yet, but it didn't stop. He came to a friend's gallery opening without being invited, weaving through the clusters of visitors until he reached me. He joked that he just had a hunch I would be there. He described the pieces on the wall as if he had studied them online beforehand. The room felt smaller with him in it, though I couldn't explain why. Later that night, when I told a friend I felt unsettled, she said I was overthinking it, that I hadn't dated in a while, that maybe I was out of practice with intimacy. I wanted to believe her. The messages started shifting next. At first they were casual check-ins. Then they grew precise, asking where I was, who I was with, why my reply took a minute longer. He said it all with softness, wrapped in claims of concern. He wanted to know when I left home in the morning, what time I arrived at the studio, when I paused for lunch. He asked for photos of the rooms I entered, proof that nothing unexpected was going on. I thought it was a passing insecurity. I didn't understand the pattern forming, how each detail was another brick in a structure he was building around me. One night, After a long session preparing pieces for a client, I told him gently that the pace was too much. I needed space. I needed quiet. His response came instantly. The tone had changed, sharp, clipped, threaded with something that made my stomach tighten. He warned me not to hide. He said he knew when something was off. He told me distancing myself would only make things worse. I stared at the screen, the studio lights buzzing faintly above me, and felt my hands turn cold. That was the moment the boundary in my mind finally snapped into clarity. I tried to end things the next morning. I kept it brief, straightforward, hoping maturity would win out. Instead, his messages poured in. Long, disjointed, escalating. He accused me of betrayal. He insisted I owed him explanations. He threatened to show up if I refused to engage. I remember locking the studio door, even though it was the middle of the day, standing behind the frosted glass and listening for footsteps in the hallway. Nothing happened, but the silence felt thick enough to choke on. The break-in came 2 nights later. I returned to my apartment exhausted, juggling sketch pads and grocery bags. The lock resisted the key in a way that didn't fit muscle memory. And when the door finally gave, the interior air felt wrong too. Still, too cool. Like someone had opened all the windows and closed them again. I found the message on my kitchen table, just a single line scrawled on the back of an envelope. Something I won't repeat, something that made my chest vibrate with a slow, nauseating pulse. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken latch, just the message and the knowledge that he had stood right where I was standing. I called the police. It felt surreal explaining to the officers why I was shaking so badly, why that one sentence had hollowed me out. They walked through my apartment with small flashlights, checking the windows, checking the fire escape. When they asked if I had ever given him a spare key, I realized with sick clarity that I hadn't needed to. In the early days, I had taken photos of my sketches near the door, near the hallway mirror, catching details of the lock without thinking. I had shown him too much. They didn't say the words blame or fault, but I felt them anyway, rising like bruises under the skin. A detective followed up the next afternoon. He met me in the building's bland conference room, where the air conditioner clattered against the windows. He spoke carefully, outlining what they found. Months of messages, posts tagged to my locations, screenshots of my social accounts, images pulled from corners of my life I'd forgotten existed. He said the pattern showed a long-term fixation, not something that started with our meeting, but something that had accelerated once he gained access. He recommended security upgrades for my apartment, changes to my routines, documentation of every further interaction. His tone carried the kind of gravity that leaves no room for denial. I left the meeting with a pamphlet about safety planning and a trembling ache behind my ribs. My friends gathered around me in quiet ways. One offered her couch. Another helped install a new deadbolt. My manager adjusted my schedule so I wouldn't walk home alone after dusk. But the city felt different now, harsher around the edges. Fluorescent lights in corner stores looked too bright. Subway cars felt too enclosed. Even the sound of someone running to catch a bus made my shoulders jump. I hated that my own openness had become the hinge on which all of this turned. I filed for an order of protection with the help of a legal advocate who spoke in steady, reassuring rhythms. Paperwork, statements, timelines, all the small bureaucratic artifacts of a situation that started with a simple swipe on a screen. During the hearing, I kept my eyes on the table, tracing the grain of the wood with my thumbnail. I could feel him looking at me, but I didn't lift my head. The judge granted the order. The advocate squeezed my arm afterward, a quiet gesture that grounded me enough to breathe again. The next weeks were a strange limbo. He didn't contact me, at least not directly, but I sensed his presence in the gaps. Moments when someone lingered too long near the studio door, or when a profile with no picture viewed my social posts exactly once and disappeared. I documented everything as instructed. I sent updates to the detective. I told myself these were normal parts of recovery. That vigilance didn't mean fear was winning. Still, every time I unlocked my apartment, I hesitated just a second, listening for a shift in the air. Over time, the distance widened. My routine settled into something steadier. I added more light to my workspace, more plants to the window, more softness to the corners of my days. I kept the new lock polished, as if maintenance alone could keep the past from circling back. Some nights I walked the city for a few blocks and let the noise wash over me, the traffic, the conversations spilling from cafes, the scrape of skateboards cutting through the evening. The world kept moving, even when my nerves didn't. But sometimes when I'm sketching late at night, a floorboard in the hallway will creak, or a shadow will shift against the building across from mine, and I'm pulled back to the moment I stood in my kitchen with that envelope in my hand. I remind myself that I took every step I could. I remind myself that protection isn't weakness, that vigilance can be a form of strength. The city hums outside my window, steady and indifferent, and I breathe with it until the tension eases. Even now, though, when I turn the last light off before bed, I pause at the door and listen. I first noticed the scrape of my own nerves in the reflection on the train window. That evening glow, orange sinking into the concrete canyons of the city, flattened everything into silhouettes, and I remember thinking how ordinary it all looked. Office workers streaming out with plastic bags of dinner, cyclists edging around cabs, couples leaning into each other as if the night held no sharp corners. I tried to let that normalcy settle me. I wanted to believe I was just meeting someone new for a quick drink after a long week. But there was already a tightness behind my sternum that I couldn't completely explain. Maybe it was the way his messages had escalated from polite to insistent. Maybe it was the speed at which he pushed for an in-person meeting. Still, I tucked my phone into my coat pocket and walked toward the bar like it was something I had done 100 times before. The place sat between a pharmacy and a boutique gym, the kind of urban hybrid where the music wasn't too loud and the lighting tried hard to be flattering. Through the front windows, I spotted him before he spotted me. He was standing at the end of the bar, shoulders squared, scanning the doorway with a level of focus that felt out of place for someone who claimed he was chill and laid back. I watched him for a moment longer than necessary. His stillness didn't match the flow of the room. Everyone else moved. He didn't. He caught my eye, lifted a hand, and his smile seemed rehearsed. I stepped inside anyway. He didn't start with a greeting. Instead, he told me that I was 10 minutes late and that he had already ordered a drink for me because indecision wastes time. He said it jokingly, but his eyes didn't match the tone. They evaluated, they measured. As I slipped onto the stool, I had the sensation of being submitted rather than welcomed. I kept my voice even. I asked about his day, his job, the usual warm-up topics. But he interrupted constantly, circling back to things I hadn't answered quickly enough, correcting minor details I didn't remember giving him. He leaned in too close, elbows wide, creating a cage more than a conversation space. Every attempt I made to shift my body away resulted in him adjusting his angle to reclaim it. Maybe I would have tolerated it for another 20 minutes out of politeness if it had stopped there. But when he reached out and wrapped his fingers around my wrist as I glanced toward the restroom, something cold slid through me. His grip wasn't bruising, but it wasn't gentle either. It was the grip of someone who believed touch was a default right. He told me he didn't like people who wandered off during dates. He said it as if I belonged to the category he was already disciplining. I laughed quietly, trying to diffuse the moment, and told him I just needed a second to collect myself. I made it sound harmless, unthreatening, predictable. It worked. Partially. He let go, but not before reminding me that he read people well, and that I shouldn't try anything weird. The rest of the bar felt too close, too dim, too busy. I walked toward the restroom, but instead of going inside, I slipped into the hallway near the back exit and pressed myself against the cool metal of a door that probably led to deliveries and trash bins. I forced a breath past the lump in my throat and took out my phone. My hand shook enough that I had to type with my thumbs braced against one another. I messaged a close contact of mine, someone who had been through enough tough situations with me that I didn't need to use full sentences. I just sent the bar's address and the words trouble. Please call someone. Their response was immediate. Step outside. Don't go back to him. Stay where others can see you. I followed the hallway out to a side entrance that emptied onto a narrow service alley, still streaked with the last of the sunset. I waited there, pretending to check emails so anyone passing by would assume I just needed a quiet moment. My contact called the non-emergency line for me and explained that I might need an escort out. I didn't know they had already given my description, the location and the situation to patrol officers nearby. I thought I would have a minute to steady myself, but he appeared faster than I expected. The heavy door slapped open. He filled the frame, breath slightly elevated, eyes bright with irritation. He asked why I had left. He asked who I thought I was to ditch him. He stepped closer, angled his body to block the path to the street, and suddenly the alley didn't feel like a neutral escape route anymore. Before I had to answer anything, 2 uniformed officers rounded the corner from the main road. The predator, though I didn't use that word yet, shifted instantly. His shoulders loosened. His expression flipped to something tame and injured, like he was the one who had been abandoned. He stepped back with a little flourish of wounded pride. The officers asked if everything was all right. I said I needed to go home. They didn't press. They just walked me to the curb, positioned themselves so he couldn't follow, and stayed until my rideshare arrived. He didn't call after me. He didn't try to argue. He watched silently though, head tilted, as if memorizing the moment I slipped away from him. I believed the situation had ended that night. I was wrong. Within 2 days, I began receiving off-app messages from unlisted emails. They referenced things I had worn, the route I typically walked from the office to the transit station, the color of my curtains. Nothing overtly threatening, yet each one proved he had continued monitoring me long after the police had intervened at the bar. At first, I blocked and deleted each message, thinking that ignoring him would starve the behavior. It didn't. The messages multiplied again, and then the tone changed. He didn't threaten physical harm, but he threaded every line with possessive certainty, as if the brief date had sealed something in his mind. Then came the photos. Not explicit, not physically harmful, just images of the entrance to my building, the intersection near my office, the reflection of someone standing far behind me at a crosswalk. He never showed his face, just the presence, the watching. I contacted the detective assigned to the initial report. She listened without judgment. She told me harassment often escalated in ways that looked like emotional debris rather than direct danger. She asked me to save everything, timestamps, message headers, metadata, even the emails that looked empty at first glance. I created a separate folder on my device, so I wouldn't stumble across them during routine days. That simple act, quarantining the evidence, felt like admitting that my life was no longer contained within its old boundaries. For weeks, the pattern continued. I altered my commute. I varied my schedule. I kept my blinds angled down instead of open to the skyline. Eventually, one afternoon, while I was meeting with law enforcement again, they asked whether I'd consider speaking with a few other people who had come forward with similar complaints. I remember sitting there in the station's muted lighting, hearing the detectives say there were victims who described nearly identical behavior, the same approach online, the same personality shift at the first meeting, the same pursuit afterward. I hesitated. I didn't want to merge my experience with strangers. Trauma often feels territorial, but she explained that building a case required patterns, corroboration, documented similarities that couldn't be dismissed as coincidence. I agreed. The first woman I met worked in healthcare administration. She told her story in a low, exhausted voice. She had met him for coffee, and within 20 minutes he had commented on her clothing, corrected the way she held her cup, and asked to see her phone just to check something. When she refused, he sulked so intensely that she excused herself and left. After that, she received the same kind of messages, anonymous, but unmistakably his. He had followed her to a grocery store once, not close enough to break laws, but close enough to show he could. She tried to brush it off until she couldn't. Another victim, a graduate student, described a near-identical progression in tense charm, then pressure, then surveillance. Her voice shook when she explained how he once sent her a photo of her own apartment window with the caption, "I thought we had a connection." By the time I listened to the third story, I realized that my own experience wasn't an isolated collision. It was part of a longer arc he had been drawing through the city. Still, the investigation stalled for a while. He was careful. He hid behind VPN services, burner accounts, transient phone numbers. He stayed just inside the boundaries of what could be proven. His anonymity felt like a second skin he never shed. That was when the department brought in an independent expert, a private investigator who specialized in digital forensics and long-pattern behavioral cases. He was quiet but thorough, the kind of person who paid attention to details no one else noticed. I met him in a small office lined with case files and whiteboards, crowded with faint marker residue from previous investigations. He asked permission to review everything in my folder. He didn't rush me. He just explained what he needed in a voice steady enough to anchor me. For the first time since the bar, I felt the shape of hope enter the situation. The investigator began cross-referencing our accounts with older unresolved incident reports from neighboring districts. Some were minor complaints about uncomfortable dates. Others described patterns of surveillance that had never progressed far enough for charges. Almost all involved an online match who quickly became possessive during the first meeting. The descriptions overlapped in ways that formed a portrait of someone who had been testing boundaries for years. One afternoon, the investigator called me into the station to show me something. He had found a cluster of messages in my earliest screenshots that, when layered with information from the other victims, revealed a unique phrasing structure, a syntactic fingerprint, combined with some metadata he had extracted from images the predator sent. It allowed them to trace the uploads to a specific device, occasionally logged into a particular co-working space downtown. It wasn't definitive, but it gave law enforcement a starting point. They conducted surveillance. They interviewed staff. They pulled security footage spanning several months. Eventually, they identified him entering the building. At times, that matched multiple outgoing harassment events. The timestamps lined up with message patterns. The circumstantial evidence thickened into something weightier. When officers finally detained him, I wasn't present. I received the update through the detective. He had been taken into custody without incident. She told me that he initially denied everything but faltered when confronted with the combined statements of the victims and the digital evidence the investigator had pieced together. Harassment charges weren't enough alone, but stalking statutes in the city had recently changed. His persistent monitoring, coordinated messaging, and in-person proximity across multiple victims formed a prosecutable pattern. I remember sitting at my kitchen table after that call, hands wrapped around a mug, long gone cold, staring at the blank wall opposite the window. Outside, the city moved in its usual rhythms. Traffic hums, elevator bells, voices drifting from open patios. My home had been a shrinking space for weeks, something I navigated cautiously, curtains drawn, routines hidden. But that afternoon, the walls expanded a little. I let light in without feeling watched. The legal process unfolded slowly. Hearings, statements, procedural steps that blurred into one another. I learned to speak about my experience in dry, factual terms. The emotional marrow removed so the record could stand on its own. The other victims did the same. We met occasionally in the hallway outside the courtroom, exchanging small nods, quiet solidarity, the strange intimacy of people who had been pursued by the same shadow. When the conviction finally came through, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt something steadier, subtler, relief shaped like a long exhale. The predator would be incarcerated. The campaign of watching, of appearing where he shouldn't, of sending messages that hollowed my nights would stop. The city felt larger again. I still take precautions. I still vary my routes. I still glance over my shoulder when the streets thin out after dark. But there's a difference now. The fear is no longer active. It's memory, and memory can be placed somewhere, given shape, documented, contained. Sometimes, when evening settles across the high-rises and the windows start to glow, I think back to that first night. The bar, the grip on my wrist, the narrow alley where the world tilted. I think about how quickly an ordinary moment can change its nature. I think about how determination, the one trait I've relied on throughout my professional life, became the thing that carried me through the long months afterward. Determination to document, determination to collaborate, determination to stay present in my own life, even while someone tried to insert himself into its edges. The city moves on, as it always does, but occasionally when I pass a bar with warm lighting and the low murmur of people meeting for the first time, I feel a quiet unease, an echo, rather than a warning. I let it pass through me. I've learned that unease doesn't have to rule a life. It just reminds me of the night when something predatory tried to claim space it had no right to, and how, step by step, with help from people who believed me, I pulled that space back. And every so often, when I close my laptop at the end of a long workday, and the sun has already dipped beyond the rooftops, I catch my reflection in the window again. This time, the person looking back is steadier, warrior, yes, but intact, moving forward, no longer being followed, only remembering that I was. I first saw the message during a slow stretch at my day job, the kind where the office lights feel too bright and the clock seems to push back against my glances. It came through on my modeling page, a clean, confident profile claiming to represent a small but fast-rising talent agency in the city. I had been posting more frequently, trying to build momentum, and the idea that someone had noticed me felt like oxygen. The wording of the proposal was polished, almost corporate, but the reply cadence was strangely immediate, each answer arriving before I even lifted my fingers from the screen. I told myself that meant enthusiasm. I told myself it was how opportunities happen now. The offer was for a preliminary portfolio consultation. Nothing binding, just a chance for them to evaluate my potential. I remember liking that phrase, as if potential were something measurable like height or shoe size. They suggested meeting that afternoon during normal work hours, which lent it a sense of legitimacy. Real businesses kept real schedules. When I asked for the studio address, the man sent back a location pin without explanation. I zoomed in and saw a cluster of beige apartment buildings I vaguely recognized from passing buses. A private residence wasn't what I expected for a professional meeting, but he wrote that their editing suite was set up in one of the units. He used industry terms, lighting rigs, backdrops, workflow, and even mentioned projects with names I half recognized from other creators. I let the doubt slide past. Ambition behaves like a smoothing tool. It sands down the sharp edges of warning signs until they seem harmless. By the time I clocked out, I had convinced myself the setup was quirky in a creative startup way. I reached the neighborhood just as the sun began to lower, flattening shadows across the sidewalks. The apartment complex stretched along a long internal courtyard, the kind with repeating staircases and echoing open hallways. People came and went with grocery bags, phones pressed to their ears, keys jangling between their fingers. Ordinary movements, normal rhythms, that alone calmed me. Something dangerous should look dangerous, I thought. The unit number he had given me sat on the second floor. The door was a heavy brown slab with no welcome mat, no decoration. Nothing to suggest a business. That flicker of doubt pulsed again, but I dulled it by telling myself that maybe this was how small creative teams operated. Low overhead, intimate environments, no flashy signage. When I knocked, the door drifted open almost immediately, as if he had been watching through the peephole. He wore a suit, though not the crisp tailored kind. The jacket sat unevenly on his shoulders, sleeves slightly too long. His smile stretched wide enough to show every tooth. He didn't offer a handshake. Instead, he stepped back deeper into the apartment and said I should come in, because the lighting was better away from the hallway. The interior surprised me, not because it looked sinister, but because it looked so profoundly unprofessional. No equipment, no photo setups, no desk with booking calendars or lenses or monitors. Instead, a sagging couch, a low coffee table, an out-of-place standing lamp, and beige carpet worn down into patches that reflected the light unevenly. The air held the faint smell of reheated food. I hovered near the door, unsure what to do with my hands. He motioned toward the couch and explained, in a tone meant to sound official, that today would be an initial conversational assessment. The phrase landed wrong in my ears. I asked again if this was really where portfolio consultations happened. He insisted it was, but spoke too quickly. His eyes flicked toward the door, then back to me, as if measuring something. Distance, timing, hesitation. My chest tightened. I told him I actually needed to leave because something about the arrangement didn't feel right. The moment I shifted my weight toward the door, he stepped into my path. His hand closed around my upper arm, not violently at first, but firmly, like someone stopping a child from darting into traffic. My breath caught against my ribs. He told me I was misinterpreting the situation, that if I stayed for just a few minutes he could explain everything. The grip on my arm tightened when I moved again. I remember the shock most vividly, the way my mind tried to split in two. One part insisting this was a misunderstanding, the other rising like a wave of cold realization. I didn't argue, I didn't negotiate. I lifted my voice and screamed. Not a theatrical scream, not something shaped for fear or drama. It was a raw, sharp alarm, a sound pushed out with enough force to scrape my throat. The walls bounced it back at me. I screamed again, this time louder, aiming it toward the hallway. Footsteps in the courtyard shifted. A door somewhere down the walkway opened. The man's hand jerked away, as if my skin had burned him. He hissed something under his breath, but I didn't stay to listen. I yanked the door open and stumbled into the hallway. A neighbor near the stairwell stared at me with wide eyes, holding a bag of trash halfway between her hip and the chute. She didn't ask questions, she just stepped back so I could pass. I didn't stop moving until I reached the parking lot and felt open air around me. I called the police from my car with shaking hands. The operator kept asking me to repeat details. I remember saying the man's suit looked wrong. His smile looked wrong. Everything looked wrong. She told me to stay where I was, and officers arrived within minutes. They went upstairs with a measured, practiced calm, then returned to tell me the man hadn't answered the door. The unit was leased under a different name entirely. They asked me to describe the online profile. I pulled it up, but by then it had vanished, deleted or blocked or scrubbed clean. What remained on my screen was an empty space where the messages had been, as if I had imagined them. But the officers assured me I hadn't. They took a report and explained that similar schemes had been circulating, fake professional opportunities aimed at luring people, especially young creatives, into private residences under the pretext of portfolio reviews or casting calls. None had ended in confirmed violence, they said, but several had involved attempts to confine or coerce the victim into staying. The phrasing "deceptive scheme" appeared multiple times in their notes. I spent the next day replaying the scene in my mind, how something so simple, a message on social media, had expanded into a corridor lined with consequences I nearly walked straight into. I thought about how I had overlooked the odd hours, the missing studio address, the rushed replies. It wasn't that I hadn't noticed them, it was that I had wanted the opportunity badly enough to explain them away. Ambition feels clean from a distance, but up close it can cloud judgment. I used to see ambition as a kind of upward force, something that pulled me toward a better version of myself. But standing in that hallway afterward, throat raw from screaming, I understood it differently. Ambition can also tilt your balance. It can make an improbable chance feel like a lifeline, and a residential door masquerade as a doorway to the future. I didn't quit modeling after that. I didn't delete my page or hide from the world, but I did something that felt almost as drastic. I stopped assuming that opportunity always wore a friendly face. I stopped believing that someone contacting me meant I had finally been seen for my talent. The police told me it wasn't personal, that people running these scams cast wide nets, looking for anyone whose eagerness might dull their caution. The more I learned, the more disturbing the pattern became. Fake agencies, invented credentials, borrowed images, people constructing entire personas designed to look legitimate enough for a meeting but disposable enough to abandon afterward. The profile that contacted me was likely one of many, each vanishing the moment it had served its purpose. Weeks later, the neighbor who had seen me in the hallway recognized me in a grocery store. She approached slowly, as if I might not remember her, but her presence had etched itself into the escape itself. She told me she had heard the scream, and knew instantly that it wasn't something you hear from inside an apartment unless something is wrong. She said she was glad I got away. I thanked her, though I'm not sure she understood what her presence meant to me, that she had been the proof the world still existed outside that doorway. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I had stayed seated on that sagging couch a little longer. If I had waited for him to explain everything, would he have blocked the door anyway? Would the grip have tightened at a different moment, in a different way? Those questions don't have answers, and maybe that's a mercy. What matters is the sequence that did happen, the shift from excitement to suspicion to danger, and then the moment my voice filled the apartment and cracked whatever intention had been forming around me. There's a part of the story that still sits uneasily with me though. How ordinary the space was. Nothing dramatic or theatrical. No hidden rooms or darkened windows. Just a beige living room in an aging apartment complex during regular work hours. The danger didn't look like danger. It looked like an overgrown carpet and mismatched furniture. That ordinariness is what scares me most now. Not the moment of the grab, but the quiet minutes before it, when I convinced myself that discomfort was just inexperience. Looking back, the warning signs weren't subtle. They were bright, unmistakable, lined up in front of me like runway lights. But ambition is persuasive, whispering that being too cautious means missing out, that discomfort is part of growth, that unusual circumstances are simply part of a creative life. I hear that whisper differently now, not as guidance, but as pressure, something to measure, not obey. I still get messages about collaborations and casting calls. Some are real, some feel questionable. I take my time now. I check names, locations, licensing records, cross-reference everything. When someone sends me a pin to a private residence, I decline. When someone pushes for urgency, I slow down. I've learned to trust the small tightening feeling beneath my sternum, the one that once tried to warn me inside that apartment. But the memory isn't only fear. It's also the moment when I realized that my voice carried farther than I imagined. That resistance doesn't need to be sophisticated or strategic. Sometimes it just needs to be loud. Loud enough for footsteps in a courtyard to pause. Loud enough for a neighbor to open a door. Loud enough to break someone's grip. Loud enough to let me run. I didn't get a modeling contract that day. I didn't get validation or a breakthrough or the sense that my career was ascending. What I got was something far stranger. A clearer understanding of where ambition ends and self-preservation begins. It isn't a line you see easily. It's something you feel only when you've stepped too near the edge. And though I walked away, though the door slammed behind me as I fled, part of me still hears the echo of that room, still sees the suit that didn't fit, still senses the way the air shifted when he stepped between me and the exit. These details return sometimes when I scroll through messages or consider an offer. They aren't memories I cherish, but they are memories that keep me anchored. The world of creative work is wide and tangled, full of people who genuinely want to help, and those who exploit aspiration for their own purposes. I used to think I could tell the difference at a glance. Now I know how wrong that assumption was. The difference is rarely visible, it's felt, it's sensed. It's in the way someone reacts when you say the word no. That day, my no triggered a grip. My scream broke it. My escape reshaped how I move through my own ambition now. Steadier, sharper, cautious in a way that feels less like fear and more like clarity. I don't imagine the man in the suit anymore. I don't picture his face, or wonder what became of him after the police report. What lingers instead is the quiet moment outside the apartment. The air cooling on my skin, the neighbor watching me with concern instead of confusion. That moment, not the danger, is the one that returns to me most nights. The reassurance that even in a place that felt sealed off and predatory, someone heard me, someone opened a door, and I learned in the most final way that opportunity should never require you to doubt your own safety or to enter a space where your instincts recoil. That if a door looks wrong, it probably is, and if a voice inside you whispers caution, you should listen before the world narrows into a carpeted room with a man in a suit blocking the exit. I walked away shaken, but intact. My ambition bruised, but not broken. My trust recalibrated. My sense of danger sharpened into something I carry now like a second awareness. I don't let it guide every decision, but I never silence it either. It's there to remind me that the future I want is real, but so are the people who might misuse my desire for it. What happened wasn't supernatural or mysterious. It was ordinary in the most chilling way, a deception shaped to look like opportunity, a private space masquerading as progress, a hand that assumed I wouldn't resist. But I did, and because I did, I can sit here now and tell the story of the day my ambition nearly walked me into something far darker than disappointment. I first noticed the change in my own routines before I admitted anything out loud. I had started locking the deadbolt even when I was home, checking the window latches each time I walked past them, keeping the hallway light on long after I went to bed. None of these habits came from a single incident. They came from a steady drip of unease that began months earlier, when I told Eric, someone I had only ever known online, that I didn't want to meet up again, that whatever he thought was happening between us wasn't. His replies grew strange after that. Shorter, sharper, then suddenly overflowing with apologies that never sounded like apologies at all. I muted the thread and tried to forget it, but the tension leaked into my evenings until I stopped opening the curtains at night. What finally broke me of pretending everything was fine was the sense of being watched. Not in the dramatic, cinematic way, just a subtle shift behind my ribs whenever my phone buzzed, or when I crossed the living room and caught my reflection in the dark window. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want the story spoken aloud. I only became more vigilant, the way someone might learn to handle glass by instinct after cutting themselves once. And I thought, naively, that vigilance would be enough. The day everything happened didn't start differently. I was home, trying to shake off the restless feeling that had followed me for weeks. My apartment was quiet, too quiet, and I moved from room to room more out of habit than purpose. I remember noting how still the air was and how it pressed against me with a familiar heaviness. I didn't know the exact time, just that the light coming through the blinds looked flat, neither morning bright nor evening soft, the sort of light that makes hours blur together. I was in the kitchen when I heard it, a sharp, unmistakable metallic shift from the direction of the front door. Not a knock, not the building settling. A forced entry has its own sound, one impossible to confuse with anything else. My body reacted before my mind did. My heart kicked hard once, and my hands went cold, but my legs carried me down the hallway on instinct. I didn't look back at the door. I already knew who it had to be. I slipped into the bathroom and closed the door gently, careful not to let the latch click. The cabinet built into the wall beside the tub wasn't designed for hiding, just towels and toiletries, but I pulled everything out and squeezed myself inside anyway, knees drawn up, back curved, door pulled almost shut. It wasn't comfortable, but I didn't need comfortable. I needed unseen. The second sound came moments later, a thud that vibrated through the floorboards. I pressed my hand over my mouth. The apartment door had given way. My mind ran through everything I knew of Eric's messages, his refusal to understand boundaries, the way he twisted any firm no into some imagined invitation. The relentless pursuit threaded through every memory until I could see exactly how someone like him might step across a line. He convinced himself wasn't there. I forced my breathing to slow. In the cradle of my palm, my phone was already open. My thumb hovered over the emergency call button. I didn't want the dispatcher to hear me breathing too loudly, but I had no choice. When the line clicked, I whispered my address with the smallest voice I could manage, and explained that someone had just forced their way into my home. The dispatcher's tone was steady, making room for my own shaking words. I held the phone close to my chest when I ended the call, afraid even the faint glow might give me away if the cabinet door shifted. Then the real destruction began. It started with drawers being yanked open and slammed shut, books hitting the ground, the scrape of furniture shoved out of place. Each crash landed like a hammer on my ribs. He moved through the rooms with no attempt at silence, no hesitation. This wasn't someone searching. It was someone claiming space, someone punishing the walls for keeping me from him. Something ceramic shattered, sharp and brittle. My throat tightened at the thought of what he was doing to my things, but fear pinned me still. At one point, he stopped right outside the bathroom. I could tell by the change in footsteps how they paused, turned slightly, then drifted toward the door. The thin cabinet walls seemed to bend inward with the weight of each step. I could picture him tilting his head, listening for movement, listening for breath. I didn't move. I didn't dare. But the silence that followed felt worse than the noise. It stretched, thin and trembling, until he finally walked away again. I tried to count the minutes, but panic warps time. Everything smeared into a long, uneven stretch of sound and stillness. A picture frame cracked. Something heavy toppled. The fabric of my sofa tore with a long, dragging rip that made my stomach twist. I imagined the trail of ruin spreading from room to room, while I curled deeper into the cabinet, hidden behind thin wood and false calm. I kept listening for footsteps, but what finally came was a different sound entirely. A rising wail that didn't belong to the building or to Eric. It took a second for me to process it. The siren of a patrol car pulling into the lot outside. A full, unmistakable warning sweeping through the walls. Even muffled, it cut through the apartment like a bright blade. The vandalism stopped instantly. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was poised. A pause. A sharp inhale of the whole building, waiting to see what would happen next. Then I heard him move again, but this time the steps were quick, reversing direction, searching for a way out. The crash of the front door swinging open echoed once more, but lighter now, as if pushed in desperation rather than force. I stayed inside the cabinet for a long moment after that, afraid the quiet might be some kind of trick, afraid he'd return if I moved too soon. Only when I heard voices, firm, authoritative, unmistakably police, did I let myself ease the cabinet door open, just enough to breathe air that wasn't stale, and pressed against wood. My legs were stiff when I crawled out, and I braced myself against the sink until the trembling steadied. The bathroom was untouched, but the hallway outside looked wrong. Too many shadows where light should have been. Too many angles out of place. I forced myself forward, each step cautious, until I reached the living room window. From there, through the narrow gap in the blinds, I saw the officers with someone pressed against the side of the car. Even from behind, the shape of him was unmistakable. The slope of the shoulders I had once sat across from at a cafe. The way he stiffened as if the world were something that continually disappointed him. Eric. A strange calm settled over me as I watched them secure his hands and guide him into the back seat. My breath shook, but not from fear now. It was something else. A release maybe, or the body's delayed reaction to realizing it has survived something it wasn't prepared for. I stepped back from the window and let the blinds fall, blocking out the flashing lights. When I finally looked around my apartment, the damage seemed endless. Books strewn across the floor, cushions gutted, drawers upended, contents scattered like debris after a storm. The first thing I felt wasn't anger. It was the hollow disbelief of seeing your private world cracked open by someone who believed they were entitled to it. An officer knocked gently a few minutes later. I met him in the doorway as he explained that they had arrived quickly enough to find Eric still nearby, and had taken him into custody. The words washed over me. Protective order, charges, statements. I nodded, answered what I could, but most of my attention was on the open door behind him, and how vulnerable it looked without the frame intact. After they left, I stood in the center of the living room and turned slowly, taking in the wreckage. My apartment had been my refuge, the place where I controlled the light, the noise, the distance between myself and anyone else. Seeing it torn apart felt like being cracked open in return. But beneath the shock, something steadier began to settle. Not relief exactly, just the understanding that the worst part was over, and the space around me was mine again. I sat on the floor, leaning my back against the wall where the paint hadn't been scratched, and kept my phone in my hand even though there was no one left to call. The dispatcher's calm voice still echoed in my mind. A lifeline threaded through the chaos. I replayed those moments in the cabinet. The electric tension of listening to someone dismantle my home. The moment the sirens broke through the noise. I wasn't sure when my breathing returned to normal. Only that eventually it did. Later, after the officers confirmed Eric had been transported and would be held, the building regained its quiet. Not the heavy, watchful quiet from before, but the natural stillness of walls settling after a long disruption. I gathered what I could, pushing furniture back into place, picking up objects one by one. Each small act restored a contour of normalcy, but the last thing I did was stand again at the living room window, just for a moment. The lot below was empty now, the patrol car gone. My reflection in the glass looked unfamiliar, tired, shaken, but present, still here, still standing in the home someone tried to take from me. The silence around me felt different this time. Not a warning, not a threat, just space to breathe, to rebuild, to reclaim what fear had tried to shrink. And in that quiet, I let the final tension slip out of my hands as the night settled back into itself. I should have trusted the knot in my stomach when Lila suggested we meet somewhere quiet. Her message popped up while I was half awake, scrolling in the dark, and something about the way she said it, how she emphasized wanting privacy, made my skin tighten. But curiosity has always worked on me like a hook, tugging until I give in, so I followed her directions across town, deeper into blocks I didn't usually walk, until the streetlights thinned and the alleys felt stale and airless. I remember the smell first, old rain, trash, and metal, and how it mixed with my own nervous sweat as I stepped into the narrow lane she'd marked on the map. That was when the quiet became a weight on my shoulders, and I realized I couldn't hear anything except my own breath. I told myself to turn around. I even paused, looking back toward the busier avenue, watching cars glide past like they belonged to another world entirely. But the part of me that can't stand not knowing, can't stand being wrong, kept pushing me deeper into the alley. The only light came from a flickering fixture above a metal door, the kind of glow that makes everything look slightly warped. I checked my phone again, partly to reassure myself, partly to distract myself from the prickling sensation creeping along my spine. Her last message was still there, almost there, coming a little farther. I should have left then. I should have listened to the way my body tightened like it was trying to pull me backward. Instead, I cleared my throat, pretended to be braver than I felt, and took another step. At first, I thought the movement in the shadows was just my imagination sharpening itself against the dark. But I heard the scrape, a shoe dragging lightly against concrete, and I froze. Someone was ahead of me, or beside me, or both. The space felt too tight suddenly, like the walls had inched closer when I wasn't looking. I swallowed and called out for Lila, not too loudly, as if embarrassment could outweigh fear even then. Nothing answered except the buzz of that dying light. When they stepped out, they moved as if they'd been waiting for the perfect moment to synchronize. 3 figures shifting out of the dark, one from ahead, one from the left, one from behind me. I didn't scream, I didn't run, I only felt my limbs lock and my heartbeat climb high into my throat. Their faces were mostly obscured, hoods up, shadows cutting across their eyes, but their posture told me everything I needed to know. They weren't here by accident, they weren't confused. They knew exactly who I was and why I had shown up alone in a dead alley at night. The man in front seemed to be the one in charge. He didn't speak at first, he just lifted his chin like he was inspecting something he'd ordered online. When he finally did talk, his voice didn't match any expectation I had. It was flat, almost bored. He announced himself as Lila, using the alias exactly as it appeared on my phone, syllable for syllable, the way he repeated it, letting it hang in the air, drained the last bit of warmth from my chest. My mouth went dry. My hands twitched at my sides, unsure whether to rise or stay still. I could barely nod. I kept thinking of the profile picture I'd seen earlier, a smiling woman with sunlit hair, and how absurdly distant that image felt now. They circled me just enough to make turning impossible without putting my back to one of them. The man who'd spoken told me to hand over everything, wallet, phone, keys. His tone left no room for negotiation. When I hesitated, he shifted his weight, and one of the others let me see what he had tucked beneath his jacket. It wasn't fully exposed, it didn't have to be. The hard outline pressed against the fabric erased any doubt. I felt a tremor move through my legs, and for a moment I thought they might give out entirely. I didn't make any speeches. I didn't try to appeal to their humanity. I just reached slowly into my pockets and placed my things on the ground. My phone screen lit up as it touched the concrete, and for a split second the alley brightened just enough for me to see their eyes. Cold, depthless, watching me the same way you'd watch someone taking too long to comply. They didn't rush. They didn't threaten again. They simply waited until I'd emptied myself out, piece by piece, like they were collecting parts of my identity rather than my belongings. One of them rifled through my wallet, while the others closed in just slightly, an unspoken reminder of what would happen if I tried anything. The leader crouched just enough to pick up my phone. He inspected it, turned it in his hand, then glanced at me with a look that felt like a smirk without the smile. He told me that if I ever thought about reporting what happened, if I even whispered it to the wrong person, I'd regret it. It wasn't shouted. It wasn't theatrical. It was the kind of threat delivered by someone who'd said it many times before and never needed to repeat themselves. I nodded again, quick and small. Shame burned hotter than fear for the first time. How stupid I had been. How easy I'd made it for them. I hated how predictable I must have looked. How transparent my curiosity had been from the moment they baited the hook. The leader stood and flicked my phone off with his thumb before slipping it into his pocket. Then, almost politely, they stepped back, giving me a narrow opening to leave. No chase, no final shove, just a quiet expectation that I would take my chance and disappear. And I did. I walked out of that alley with my arms close to my sides and my head low, waiting for a sudden grab that never came. The streetlights returned slowly, one after another, as if guiding me back into the world I recognized. I kept imagining footsteps behind me, waiting for the sound of a voice repeating that alias again in that flat tone. But the night stayed silent, except for my breathing, which wouldn't settle no matter how many blocks I put between me and that place. When I made it home, I locked the door twice and slid down against it, letting the weight of everything crash through me. I tried to rehearse what I'd tell the police, but every sentence crumbled under the same mortifying truth. I had walked straight into it. I had ignored every instinct that told me to turn back, and the thought of explaining that, of seeing the flicker of judgment in someone's eyes, was enough to make my throat close. Fear did the rest. Their warning played on a loop in my mind, tightening every time I thought of reaching out for help. So I didn't. I sat there in the dim light of my apartment, hands still shaking slightly, and told myself I just needed time to calm down. But the truth is simpler and much smaller than that. I was embarrassed, and I was scared, and those two things together can silence anyone. Even now, when I replay that night, the part that haunts me most isn't the threat or the way they closed in around me. It's the moment right before, when I stood in the alley with the chance to walk away and chose not to. I can still feel the cold air on my neck when I think about it, like a reminder of how easily curiosity can disguise itself as confidence, and how quickly that disguise can fall apart when the darkness shifts around you. I first noticed how bright the bar lights felt against the early night gloom when I stepped inside that evening. They were the kind of flickering yellow tubes that hummed softly as if trying to keep the place awake. It was a rundown spot wedged between a laundromat and a check-cashing place. But the moment I walked in, all of that faded behind the warm rush of anticipation. I'd been messaging Emily for weeks, long enough for her quick replies and enthusiastic emojis to hook someone as excitable as me. She'd suggested this place because it was quiet and honest, which I didn't understand until I saw the cracked leather booths and the bartender wiping the same spot on the counter like it might vanish if he just believed hard enough. I took a seat by the wall and watched condensation gather on my water glass. I always arrive early. I tell myself it's to avoid rushing, but really it's because once I get an idea in my head, I can't rest until it turns into something solid. Meeting Emily felt like one of those ideas, half imagined, maybe too good to be true, but possible enough to make my pulse beat faster. She walked in just as the overhead hum cut out for a second. Her eyes scanned the room, then brightened when she saw me. It was strange how quickly her presence warmed the space. She moved with an easy confidence, the kind that made you feel like she'd chosen exactly this moment to arrive. When she sat across from me, the cracked vinyl sighing under her weight, I realized I was grinning like an idiot, but she didn't seem to mind. We talked about everything that didn't matter but felt like it did. Favorite snacks, weird childhood fears, how she got into photography. Her laugh was unguarded, the kind that makes you want to say things worth laughing at. I remember thinking how natural it felt, how comfortable I was becoming in that booth, with the sticky tabletop and the faint scent of old beer. The hour slipped by so smoothly I barely noticed when she leaned in with an excited little spark in her eyes and suggested continuing our night somewhere quieter. Her place was only a few blocks away, she said. She wanted to show me some of her photos, the ones she didn't post online. That should have tripped at least one of the alarms I'd promised myself I'd listen for, especially on a first date, but I was already convinced the evening was headed towards something meaningful. Being easily convinced isn't always a flaw, but it makes you trust momentum more than caution. We stepped outside into the cool night air. Streetlights buzzed overhead, casting pale rings onto the sidewalk. Emily walked close enough that her shoulder brushed mine, and that tiny bit of contact smoothed away the last of my hesitation. The city around us felt muted, as if it had stepped back to let the moment unfold without interruption. When we reached her building, the muting effect collapsed. The structure loomed like a tired concrete skeleton, stained by years of weather and neglect. A broken porch light flickered weakly, illuminating the peeling paint around the entryway. I hesitated at the threshold long enough for a question to rise in my mind, but she squeezed my arm and told me not to worry. The inside was nicer. The stairwell was narrow and smelled faintly of damp carpet. Old mail piled along the railing, curled at the edges like abandoned leaves. Emily kept talking as we climbed, as if maintaining a steady stream of words would keep me focused on her instead of the building around us. It worked. I followed her without slowing, even when the lights on the second floor buzzed ominously overhead. Her apartment door opened with a metallic scrape. The space was small but cozy in a cluttered way. Prints taped to the walls, stacks of books leaning at odd angles, a single lamp casting warm, slanted light across the living room. I stepped inside and felt myself relax again, absorbing the sense of lived-in privacy. She gestured for me to sit on the couch while she fetched her portfolio from the bedroom. That was when the front door rattled. Not a casual jostle, not someone passing by. This was a furious, wrenching motion that made the hinges groan. I froze as the latch gave a sharp metallic click, and the door flung inward. A man filled the frame. Not tall in a way you admire, but big in the way a doorway struggles to hold. His face was tight with controlled anger, the kind you see in someone who has burned through shouting and reached something quieter and more dangerous. His eyes swept the room, landed on me, and I knew instantly that he already understood everything he needed to know. Behind me, Emily rushed out of the hallway. Her whole expression collapsed into instant panic. She muttered his name, a single plea wrapped inside it, but he barely acknowledged her. His attention stayed locked on me with a stare so heavy it felt like a physical weight. I didn't need an explanation. I didn't need to know how long he had been part of her life, or why she hadn't mentioned him. The truth was in the way her voice shook, in the way he stepped inside and closed the door, just enough to make the space feel too tight, in the way the air itself seemed to pull backward as if expecting impact. My body reacted before my mind finished processing. I rose from the couch slowly, keeping my hands where he could see them. I told him I was leaving, that I didn't know, that I didn't want trouble, that this was all a mistake. I didn't wait to be dismissed. The moment he shifted his weight, I crossed the room and slipped past him into the hallway. The apartment door remained open behind me, but neither of them followed. I could hear muffled voices inside, her strained, his low and sharp, but I didn't catch words. I didn't want to. I walked down the stairs with careful, measured steps. My hands trembled against the railing. I kept expecting him to appear at the top of the stairwell, then halfway down, then at the bottom. But the building stayed quiet except for the creaking floorboards beneath my feet. Outside, the night air hit me like cold water. I didn't look back at the windows. I didn't try to make sense of anything. I just walked, then walked faster, then didn't stop until the old bar's neon sign came back into view like a distant beacon. Only when I reached my car did the reality settle in. The way a perfect evening had swerved into something dangerous without warning. How easily I had stepped into someone else's private storm without recognizing the signs. How quickly a good connection could twist into a risky choice. I sat there with the engine off, breathing slowly, letting the tension ebb while the empty streetlights flickered above me. I hadn't been harmed. I hadn't argued or defended myself or tried to solve anything I couldn't possibly untangle. I had just left, and that had been enough to keep things from breaking open. Sometimes the safest decisions are the ones that feel like retreat, even when your heart is still racing from everything you didn't see coming. And sometimes the scariest moments aren't the ones swollen with mystery or the supernatural. They're the ones that arrive quietly, wearing familiar shapes, and reveal just how close you came to stepping into the middle of someone else's hidden life. I reached the park just as the sun was bleeding out behind the far tree line, leaving the sky in those pale, diluted colors that never look the same twice. The air had that early evening chill that settles near water, a soft cold that works its way in before you notice. I'd chosen the spot because it was open, quiet, and close enough to the lakeshore that the waves covered any stray sounds from the walking path. I kept moving, pacing a slow circle around a bench, trying not to overthink the whole thing. I'd arranged the meeting after all. I was the one who'd said yes, who'd picked the day, who'd checked her profile photos more times than I'd admit. Even now, one photo kept replaying in my mind, her hand resting on her leg, sunlight catching a small piece of jewelry, a ring, not on the usual finger, nothing obvious, nothing bold, but it stood out. I'd noticed it the first time I scrolled through her profile, and each time after that, like my intuition refused to move on. I told myself it was nothing, a normal accessory, a style choice. People wear rings anywhere they want. Still, it stuck with me. It wasn't the shine or the shape, it was the way she didn't mention anything about it. The way it appeared in every photo except one. I shook the thought away when I saw her walking toward me. Sarah. Her name felt strange in my head then. Too new, too smooth. She stepped into view under the park lights, her hair shifting in the breeze, her face already pulling into a smile before she reached me. I swear it hit me harder than I expected. Something about her presence settled everything I'd been holding tense. She greeted me with a small laugh, a comment about the temperature dropping faster than she'd planned for. Nothing dramatic, nothing rehearsed, just easy. We started walking along the water, keeping close to the railing where the lake pushed up in soft, rhythmic taps. The world around us felt suspended, the path lit in long stretches between lampposts. She talked about travel, about old movies she kept rewatching, about the way she'd gotten lost the first time she tried to find this same park. I listened more than I spoke, but she didn't seem to mind. Her energy filled the gaps in an almost magnetic way. I found myself leaning toward her, drawn in by little details, the way she gestured with her hands when she got excited, the way she paused before telling a story, as if picking the exact right moment to jump in. The connection felt real, immediate, like stepping into warm air after a long winter. I wasn't imagining it. I could see the same spark mirrored in her eyes. Each time she looked over, it lingered a little too long to be politeness. When we stopped at a small lookout point, I felt something tighten in my chest, not from nerves but from the intensity of the moment. She stood close, her arm brushing mine. The world narrowed to the sound of water in the fading light, but when she reached into her coat pocket for her phone, the sleeve slid back just far enough for the bracelet on her wrist to catch the glow of the street lamp. A polished, worn silver, familiar. It wasn't the ring from her photos, but it was unmistakably part of the same set. The style, the engraving lines, even the way it sat against her skin. A matching piece, a pair, and just like that, something in me shifted. I didn't react outwardly. It was a tiny moment, barely a breath, but my mind sharpened around it. She hadn't mentioned anyone else. Not once. No stories that hinted at a partner. Not even a casual reference. For someone so comfortable sharing pieces of her life, the omission felt too precise, too practiced. I tried to push the thought aside, to let the evening continue as it was unfolding, but awareness has a way of sharpening everything else. Her laughter felt slightly different. Her stories had edges I hadn't noticed earlier. The way she checked her phone once, quickly with the screen angled away, suddenly meant more than it should have. When we sat on a low stone wall overlooking the water, she leaned in close enough that I felt her warmth through my jacket. She talked about how rare it was to feel a connection on a first meeting, how she didn't want the night to end too quickly. Her words should have pulled me deeper, but instead I found myself listening to the rhythm beneath them, searching for what wasn't being said. She asked about my life, my work, the things I was hoping to find. I told her a version of it, the truth, but lighter, trimmed down. I didn't mention the intuition that had saved me more times than I could count. The instinct that pulled at me now like a current under the surface. She watched me closely, and for a moment I thought she might reach for my hand. I stood instead, too abruptly. She blinked up at me with a confused smile, one she tried to steady as she rose beside me. We walked back toward the path, the silence between us thin and fragile. She didn't push for an explanation, though I could feel the question in every glance she sent my way. I kept my focus on the lake, letting the sound of the waves fill the space where words should have been. Near the entrance of the park, where cars drifted past in slow evening traffic, she paused. She asked if everything was okay. Soft voice, steady posture, but there was tension there, a flicker of something she tried to hide. Maybe guilt, maybe fear of losing control of whatever narrative she usually held on to. I told her I had to get going, that I'd message her later. It was the easiest way to step away without confronting the truth sitting between us. She nodded, though her eyes searched mine for something more solid. Before she could ask anything else, I stepped back and wished her a good night. The moment I turned away, I felt her watching me. Not angry, not surprised, just watchful. I didn't message her later. I didn't message her at all. I deleted her number that same night and removed our chat thread before I could talk myself out of it. It wasn't dramatic, no big revelation, no outburst, just a quiet acknowledgement that the pieces didn't fit the way they should. In the days that followed, I kept replaying the evening. Not the conversation, not the spark, but the jewelry. The way the ring had appeared in all her photos, carefully angled but always visible, always present. The way the bracelet matched it exactly. People don't wear sets like that casually. They mean something, they come from someone, and she had never said a word about it. The realization settled slowly. A kind of quiet disillusionment that felt heavier than any heartbreak. She wasn't single. Not really. Not in the way her profile implied. Not in the way her stories suggested. Whatever she had with whoever gave her that jewelry, it didn't belong in the shadows. Not ethically, not honestly. What struck me hardest wasn't the idea of her being with someone else. It was the precision of her silence. The way she let the evening unfold with a warmth that felt real, knowing there was a piece of her life she wasn't offering. A piece she couldn't offer. I still think about the moment on the lookout point, the way the world felt expanded before it suddenly narrowed around one tiny detail. How quickly excitement can turn into suspicion. How suspicion can harden into certainty with nothing more than a glint of metal under a street lamp. The park is quiet at night, quieter than most people realize. The water absorbs sound, draws it out into the open darkness. That night, the quiet felt comforting. In hindsight, I think it made the truth easier to hear. I never reached out again. I never explained why. Some things don't need explanations. Some things reveal themselves in the smallest moments, in the details people don't realize they're sharing. And sometimes that's enough to walk away without looking back.